Okay, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in the audience, it looks as if we're good to go. So good afternoon. Apologies again for the late starting. Welcome to this meeting of the Planning Committee of the 2nd of July 2025. Would committee members please note that where a decision is made on an agenda item, to be able to participate in the debate and vote, members must be present throughout the entirety of the committee's consideration of that item, including the officer presentation, any public speaking, and the question and debate session. In the event that a member needs to leave the chamber briefly during consideration of an item but still wishes to participate, the member should indicate to the chair that they need to be excused. And if this is the case, I will briefly suspend the meeting for the duration of their absence. Can I remind members that mobile phones shouldn't be used as a means of communication during the meeting, and if members need to make or receive a message via their phone, please alert me. Where members are using tablets to access agenda papers electronically, please ensure that these are switched to airplane mode. Thank you. So on to procedural business, declaration of substitutes. Are any members in attendance as substitutes today? Councillor Loughran?
Yes, Chair. I'm substituting for Councillor Joy Robinson.
Thank you. And declaration of interests. Do any members wish to declare any interest in relation to any matters included on the agenda? Councillor Winder?
Yes, the free but application is in my ward.
Okay, thank you. So on the matter of exclusion of the press and public, we will consider whether, in view of the nature of the business to be transacted or the nature of the proceedings, the press and public should be excluded from the meeting when any of the following items are under consideration. However, we do not have any Part 2 items today, so the press and public will not need to be excluded. Moving on, item 104, minutes of the previous meeting. Does the committee approve the minutes for the 4th of June 2025 attached to the agenda? Thank you. And then moving on to Chair's communications. I'm going to whiz through this really quickly because we've got a long afternoon ahead. There are just a couple of things I wanted to mention. We talk a lot about affordable housing in planning, and I wanted to just share some numbers with you because we've had some great achievements in the last 2 years. 104 affordable homes in Portslade in 2023, 226 citywide in 2024-25, with delivery due to accelerate in future years, and 418 homes are projected to be delivered in 25-26. We also have a planning application currently under consultation for Homes for Brighton and Hove to develop the corner site next to Moda on Old Shoreham Road, and the aim is to build 306 houses. Half will be new council rented homes to let to people on the city's housing register, with the rest available to buy as shared ownership from Hyde. A quick update on the gasworks. The inspector has made their recommendation and it now sits with the Secretary of State, and the decision is expected before the 10th of September. Work on City Plan 2041 continues, with the team now commissioning some of the background studies needed to inform the plan. The team are also planning to host a workshop to help shape the vision for the plan in the autumn, which will be for developers and agents. The short-term lets overview and scrutiny report was presented to Cabinet last week. 3 of the recommendations relate to planning, and these will be reviewed as part of City Plan Part 2. Nationally, the Planning and Infrastructure Bill is currently going through various stages in government and is scheduled to receive royal assent later this year. And there are a number of government consultations that are live that will shape the future of the Planning Committee. So lots of changes ahead. And finally, can I remind planning councillors that training is booked in for all of us on July the 30th, and I hope you all have it in your diaries because this training is mandatory. So moving on to item 106, public involvement. There is none for this meeting. Item 107, to agree applications to be the subject of site visits. In fact, we made several councillors, including myself, made a site visit yesterday to Brighton College. Do I need to request if people want to? Are there any other items that people wanted to have a site visit for? Okay, thank you. Item 108, to consider and determine planning applications. The Democratic Services Officer will now read out the applications on the agenda and ask committee members if they want to discuss the items as they are called.
Thank you, Chair. So all major items are called, so that's item A and item B are automatically called. Minor items, C and D, do have speakers, so all items on the agenda are actually called for discussion, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. So the following orders should be followed for each of the agenda items. We'll have a presentation from the planning officer, then speakers, then officer clarifications if required, and then member questions. We will then go to debate and we will then take a vote. So item 109, the list of new appeals lodged with the Planning Inspectorate, and these are attached to the agenda. Item 110, information of informal hearings of public inquiries, of which there are none. And item 111, appeal decisions which are attached to the agenda. Take over to item. Right, we will start with item A, which is a major. This is planning application BH 2025/00264, Brighton College, Brighton. I'll invite Matthew, the planning officer, to give this presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, let's begin. Good afternoon, committee. Good afternoon, everybody. This application, as you mentioned, is BH 2025/00264, relates to Brighton College and Preparatory School site at Walpole Lodge and the pre-prep school site at Eastern Roads. Just going to take you through a quick summary of the application. Full plans and full details are available on the planning register online. The application description covers two sites. So the first part is the erection of a new teaching building at the St Mary's Hall site. This includes new classrooms, a new multi-use hall with independent access and specialist teaching rooms, various accesses, hard and soft landscaping, boundary treatments and other associated works. And then another part of the application is the redevelopment of what's known as the convent site for the purposes of this application, which includes the demolition of a number of 20th century extensions, the change of use of the existing prep school to boarding accommodation within planning use class C2, roof extensions and alterations to the existing buildings on the site, and erection of a new building to provide boarding accommodation for students and associated spaces for residential staff as well. This also includes various boundary treatments, hard and soft landscaping, and other associated works. At the St Mary's site, there would also be the erection of some pedestrian gates and a proposed substation structure. Just to give you a quick visual aerial here of the separation of the two sites. So these are sited on the eastern side of the city. The Walpole Lodge site, known as the convent site, is sited within the Queen's Park ward, and the St Mary's site is sited within Whitehawk and Marina ward. Two sites are there, edged in red, and they are separated by the Royal Sussex County Hospital in between. It is a little unusual to have two different sites within one application. However, the policy considerations within this application are inextricably linked, and therefore, as will become clear hopefully through the presentation, given that the schemes codependent between the two sites, it made logical sense for the application to be submitted as one. So giving you a quick tour of the aerial photo of the St Mary's site, you've got the Royal Sussex County Hospital to the left of that frame, and then the original St Mary's Hall School building on the right-hand side of that. So the playing field is in front of you there in the middle of the screen, and the existing Brighton College nursery and pre-prep school is sited on the embankment above, as you can see in this image here. This is just briefly to show the constraints of the St Mary's site, which is that the East Cliff Conservation Area, the boundary lies below the site along Eastern Road. So the site at St Mary's is not within a conservation area. The thin purple lines that you can see there relate to the listed walls. And then on the right-hand side, you can see part of the St Mary's Hall School building, which is a Grade 2 listed building, but is not within the site. The lines across indicate a archaeological notification area. giving you a quick visuals here of the St Mary's site. This should be very familiar to people that know the city well along Eastern Road. So here we are looking towards the northeast, and you can see the St Mary's Hall School building over in the distance there. On the left-hand side is the modern, postmodern building currently used by Brighton College on the site. Here we're just looking briefly to the northwest. You can see the Royal Sussex County Hospital, and this is the access road as existing from Eastern Road. Further views up the access road to the north, showing the existing postmodern school building sited on the embankment at St Mary's. This is a view to the east towards the Sussex County Hospital across the Plainfield area. And again, a very similar view. This is the view to the south. View to the south down through the access road adjacent to the existing school buildings. This is an access road lying around the north of the site, which runs east-west and is pointing towards the Royal Sussex County Hospital. As you'll see later in this submission, this access road is proposed to be used by the college as an exit route for school drop-off, and that will go on to Bristol Gate. Very briefly also, aerial views here of the convent site, which is the other site. So this is adjacent to the main Brighton College campus on Eastern Road, sited further to the west. You can see the two existing play areas there and the existing built form on the site. It is in 3D aerial, so you can see the existing what were lodge buildings there in white stucco with the other existing extensions around them and the caged play areas that will be familiar to anybody that travels up Eastern Road quite regularly. And then in the bottom there, you can see that there's two properties there, 141 and 143 Eastern Road, which are already in use by Brighton College and owned by Brighton College as ancillary teaching and educational space. And similarly, up there at 2 Bellevue Gardens at the top right of that is another property that is currently used by Brighton College for ancillary teaching areas. Similarly, the constraints of the convent site, this site is within a conservation area, is within the college conservation area, and the boundary of the Eastcliff conservation area runs along Eastern Road to the south. There are no listed buildings on the convent site. Just some very brief images quickly of the convent site for you from Eastern Road, looking to the northwest. So you can see the caged hard surface play areas there. There's the lodge buildings with the 20th century extensions on the right-hand side of that frame. Just coming up Walpole Road, the existing lodge buildings as they currently stand. This is a red brick chapel in the northwestern corner of the site with an existing flat roof garage and boundary walls. As we come up into Bellevue Gardens, now looking south into the site, further caged play areas and other extensions within the site. And then this is looking to the southwest. Just some images from within that site towards the east, just showing these are the rear of the properties along Eastern Road, and these are some of the 20th century extensions that would be removed as part of this proposal. And this is again within the site, showing Brighton College's own building there on the left-hand side, and then other residential terraces to the right of that. So that's to the east, at the back of Bellevue Gardens. Similar photo there. So the proposal summary, in terms of built form at the St Mary's site, there's a new school building proposed on the eastern side of the playing field. I will be showing you some visuals. And then that will also involve the reopening of the access road around the northern part of the site, including reopening the exit onto Bristol Gate and a great deal of associated landscaping on St Mary's. Over on the convent site, this would involve the removal of the 20th century extensions, the removal of the caged play areas and the flat roof garage that we've just seen, and the restoration and extensions to the principal lodge buildings and the boundary walls around that site. There would be a new building proposed at the convent site, and the entire site would then be converted for boarding accommodation. And those existing properties on Eastern Road and Bellevue Gardens would be used for staff accommodation. So just in sort of visual terms, where we've got an existing school at the convent site, years 5 and 6 would be moving over to the St Mary's site. Years 7 and 8 would be moving over onto the main college campus, which is considered to have sufficient capacity to accommodate that. And then that convent site would be converted into boarding accommodation. Over at St Mary's, this is the existing block plan of the playing field. And then you can see here on the proposed block plan where the proposed building would lie along the eastern side of that playing field adjacent to the access road. That access road, you can see indicatively there, would be widened, and there would be additional spaces no additional spaces over the existing, but the arrangement would be altered to cater sufficiently for staff parking and vehicle drop-off and pupil drop-off and pupil pickup. This is a sketch of what's proposed on the eastern side of the playing field at St Mary's. You can see it takes the form of sort of 6 or 7 gabled buildings as it runs down that eastern side. And then in terms of scale and massing, the maximum height of it would be no higher than the building that sits upon the embankment. The average height of this building would be around about 10.5 metres, the bulk of which would sit largely lower due to the pitched roof form. It does have a simple childlike design, which is intended to sort of reference the fact that this would then be what's largely a infant and junior school through the site. This image is just to show you sort of scale and massing of it as we would see it from Eastern Road. Here are some proposed visualisations of the St Mary's site. This is a visualisation from the top of Chichester Place, looking over Eastern Road to the northwest. And here's a proposed visualisation of the development from within the playing field area. The buildings, just briefly back to that, the buildings would be finished with a sort of a terracotta ceramic batten system. We're securing materials through the planning conditions, which we'll come to later. Just some brief existing and proposed visualisations, again showing you that from Chichester Place. So you can see on the left-hand side the sort of a digitisation of the existing view, which shows the postmodern building, and then on the right-hand side how that would look with the proposal. A sort of a similar sort of view there. Just in terms of straight up elevations, these are the south and east elevations of the proposal. So the south at the top of that image is what you would see directly from Eastern Road as it would lie behind the Flint walls. And similarly, west and north elevation was there. The building would provide ultimately teaching space, ancillary teaching spaces. A new sports hall would be sited on the right-hand side on the southern end of that building. And other sort of teaching spaces within the roof areas. And then the building would be linked onto the postmodern building behind it through a series of steps and landscaped areas. Proposed landscape master plan here, which you can see there would be 6 new elms being proposed that would sit alongside Eastern Road, and then a number of other trees and soft and hard landscaping around the site. In terms of how that school site would then work in terms of access and egress for school pickup and drop-off, currently as existing, you can see the red arrow on the bottom part of that screen. So currently as existing, vehicles would enter the site, undertake any drop-off, and then re-exit the site out on Eastern Road by turning right within the site. This is to be retained and would continue as part of the proposal. However, then there would also be the Bristol Gate access, the Bristol Gate exit in the northern part of the site. So that upper access road that we saw earlier would then be reopened and renewed and only used for exit onto Bristol Gate. This is just a swept path analysis drawing just to show you that the footpaths would be reinstated with tactile paving, and there would be a barrier set back from the Bristol Gate, only allowing exit onto Bristol Gate. Which is just shown visually there. So that's just to the east side of the hospital. Turning over to the convent site, this is an existing block plan which shows you the existing buildings, the hard surface play areas, and the existing 20th century extensions around. And then if I just click to the next slide, you'll see that the site is then rationalised as part of the proposal with the removal of those 20th century extensions, a sort of quad open area set between the new proposed building, which you can see there on the right, and the existing lodge buildings, which would be remaining on the left-hand side. The rest of the site would then be landscaped, again with hard and soft areas. There would be a net increase of around about 87 metres squared of open space on this site. In visual terms, scale and massing for the convent site, you can see the new building there on the right-hand side of the bottom there. So you've got existing at the top and proposed at the bottom. So those are existing buildings on the left. So those would be refurbished with roof extensions, dormers, and the removal of some of the less than sympathetic 20th century extensions, with the new build sitting there tucked in behind the property on Eastern Road. And just in terms of scale, this is the new building in terms of sort of a side section view, if you like. And you can see that the maximum height of the new building, where it would relate to Bellevue Gardens, would be sited just below the general eaves line of that roof, so set well into the ground in terms of its impact towards Bellevue Gardens. And then, of course, because the land levels drop as you move south, it would then appear as sort of 3-storey with roof accommodation on the southern end. Again, some visualizations here of the convent site. So you'd see the new build on the right-hand side there. There's a lot of, green landscaping that's being proposed, and the boundary wall that runs all the way around the site, including that pebble-dashed rendered wall we saw earlier, would be renewed as part of this proposal. And clearly this would show that the hard surface caged play areas would be removed as part of this proposal as well. Visualization on the northern part of the site. You can see the new build there on the left-hand side, as that would relate to Bellevue Gardens, and this is the existing red brick chapel, and the flat roofed garage, as it would sit there in that northwest corner, is also removed, and then that wall improved and restored, and again landscaping elements around it. Just a brief sort of sense of scale as it would appear from Bellevue Gardens looking towards the south. And again, the bulk of the form of that new building would be sat well below the eaves of the Bellevue Garden properties to the east. Just a simple visualization looking through the site to the south. So there'd be some hard landscape and soft landscaped areas for the use of pupils as amenity areas. And this is at the northern end of the site. And then, as we saw earlier, those areas where the caged play areas currently are would be green landscaped by and large. I think we've already seen that slide particularly. Here are the proposed elevations in drawing form, as we saw from Bellevue Gardens, so looking south. You can see that the extensions there to the existing lodge buildings would be removed, and then they would be replaced with other slightly more sympathetic extensions and roof alterations that are actually lower in scale than what is currently existing on the site. Similarly, in drawing form, this is the view to the east. A roof plan of what is being proposed at the convent site converted lodge buildings. An indicative elevation of how the building would appear, the new part of the building would appear looking east. As I say, full drawings and a full suite of drawings are all available on the planning register, but for the purposes of this presentation, it's meant to try to keep things as succinct as possible. Here's the proposed landscape master plan for the convent site, so you can just see those green areas there that are proposed around the site for use for amenity space. In numeric terms, as existing pupil numbers at St Mary's is 244 daily pupils. As part of the proposal, this would be increased to 357. So that would be years 5 and 6 moving across from the existing convent site to St Mary's. The convent site itself, where it currently has around about 218 daily pupils, would then have no daily pupils due to that becoming boarding accommodation. But of course, that boarding accommodation would then facilitate boarding for around about 150 students. I think it's probably worth pointing out at this point that as part of the application, the transport assessments have calculated the capacity of St Mary's at what its theoretical maximum would be. So the theoretical maximum would be around about 440. So that's what the transport assessments have calculated it as. But that particular number is not being proposed by the college as part of this application. In terms of the representations received, there have been some, I've received some representations in the last few days that have challenged the numbers that I'm reporting to you in the report. However, we're fairly confident that at the time of writing those numbers were correct. And certainly they are very reasonable representations of the types of representations we've received. We'd just like to remind councillors that the planning system isn't a referendum, so it's the content of those representations that we've received that are taken into account and included within the report and within this presentation. But in summary, 299 representations at the time of writing were received in support, raising issues around supporting the development around issues around amenity, in that the boarding house would produce less overall noise and certainly no increase above a normal school operation. The boarding students would be more mature with largely less impact. Existing pupils that are at the site are noted in some of the reps to cause no issues, and that the pupils contribute positively generally to the area. Other representations received representing views of good design and positive choice of materials, and that the overall development would be a benefit to an improvement to Kemp Town. And clearly the removal of the caged play areas is noted as being a benefit within those representations. And obviously, improved educational facilities have also been mentioned within the supporting reps. Further reps in support reference the preservation of heritage and that the works would be in keeping with the listed building and historic environment. That some of the works the proposal would alleviate some of the congestion around the Walpole Road site due to it going from a daily school to boarding accommodation, wouldn't involve an increase in overall daily traffic with less pick-up and drop-off in Bellevue Gardens. And other mentions would be that the proposals would bring other economic benefits to the area, no meaningful loss of space, and reduce pressure on local housing. But of course, we've had a similar number of representations received in objection to the development that have also raised a number of issues. And those relate to amenity in terms of overdevelopment, loss of privacy, the overbearing from the new developments, and that the new developments would be overshadowing. A lot of concern has been noted in some of these representations around the college's expansions, and particularly notifications that the development is considered to be contrary to policy SA6, which would result in an imbalance to the neighbourhood. Concerns on the general use of the boarding accommodation and that the provision of so many students on the site may be harmful and may cause nuisance, and the concerns on the use of that boarding accommodation outside of the school term itself. Other representations refer to the poor design and out of keeping with the local area. They consider it to be inappropriate height and consider it would also reduce the open character of that area. A number of representations received in relation to education refer to the fact that the development would be contrary to recent decisions by Brighton and Hove City Council to close local schools, and that the further expansion itself is generally not justified, and concerns around over-institutionalisation of the area. Other objections relate to harms to the conservation areas and listed buildings around and the loss of historic architecture. Many concerns relate to additional pollution, the additional traffic and congestion that's experienced along Euston Road. Concerns around obstructions to the Royal Sussex County Hospital, and that the development may result in an increase in accidents. Concerns around pavement widths was also noted in multiple reps. And then other representations received citing that the local plan and the policies are out of date, and that the application and the consultation itself was misleading, and that the loss of the open space is not justified. Excuse me a second. In terms of the key consultee responses that we received as part of the application, the Heritage team have no objection, subject to the conditions, and also subject to improvements secured to a western road on Walpole Road. I'll bring you to that shortly. Sport England have responded to the consultations with no objection, subject to conditions requiring a community use agreement for the sports hall and a community use agreement to allow that and the playing field to be used, and along with a schedule of improvements to the playing field itself. Our planning policy team raised no objection and considered that the development was not contrary to policy SA6. Sustainability and ecology, similarly, no objection subject to conditions. Urban design, no objection subject to conditions. Our highways team also have no objection, subject to some section 106 obligations and planning conditions. These require a whole school travel plan and monitoring fees, which I will bring you to shortly, delivery servicing management plan, car park management plan, construction and environmental management plan. And it's also worth noting here that Historic England themselves have no objection either. So the key considerations when it comes to the planning merits of this application relate to the principle of development, clearly relate to the provision of the boarding accommodation and the loss and then the re-provision of educational floor space at the St Mary's site. Community cohesion and character of the area is clearly a consideration. The loss of open space, being the partial loss of the playing field area, is a key consideration. Appearance and design, being the new buildings at both sites and the extensions of the convent site. The impact of the developments on the East Cliff and College conservation areas, residential impacts, and of course the highways impacts. So turning to these in turn in brief summary, clearly they're set out, the arguments are clearly set out within the officer report. But in summary, when it comes to the principle of development, the provision of education at St Mary's is considered acceptable in principle. Paragraph 100 of the MPPF advises local authorities to give great weight to the provision and expansion of educational facilities, and therefore the principle of providing new educational floor space at St Mary's is acceptable. When it comes to the provision of the boarding accommodation and the matters around community cohesion and the character of the area, which relate to policy SA6, which seeks to create and maintain sustainable neighbourhoods, our view is that the proposal is not contrary to SA6 and is compliant with the aims of that policy. a number of representations have referred to a recent appeal decision which relates to 3 terraced properties which is in close proximity to the convent site. Now, these 3 terraced properties are owned and operated by Brighton College as boarding accommodation. The appeal decision related to a refused planning application to amalgamate all 3 of those terraced houses into one boarding house. That was refused by council officers because we considered that it may be harmful to local amenity, and the standards of accommodation proposed raised concerns also. That appeal was dismissed by the planning inspectorate, who considered that proposal would create an imbalance to the local neighbourhood. In officers' opinion, these 2 sites are very different, and the context is actually very different. One relating to 3 terraced houses, and then this application relating to a school site already in use by Brighton College. So we didn't consider that there would be an over-institutionalisation of the area contrary to that policy, particularly given also that boarding accommodation itself is a residential use which is commensurate with the overall use of that area. It wouldn't displace any families or lose any further housing as a result of this proposal, and then would also create generally less impact at the convent site, and therefore officers consider that it is acceptable in regards to both not being in contradiction to that appeal decision and being compliant with policy SA6. When it comes to one of the other key matters around the partial loss of open space at St Mary's, the existing site, as councillors would have seen yesterday, that the boundary wall along Eastern Road, because of the land levels, is substantially smaller and shorter when sort of seen from the playing field site. So that creates an overall general issue when it comes to the playing of ball sports and the use for projectile sports, because clearly there's a risk there to intrusion into Eastern Road. As accepted by Sport England, an acceptable provision of open space would remain at that site, and the applicants have provided an overall improvement strategy to the playing field surface, and that's being secured by condition. Again, as recommended by Sport England, also community use agreements are recommended through the planning conditions to allow community use of the newly provided sports hall and the pitch at the St Mary's site. And it's worth saying that the proposal includes a separate access and changing facilities so that can be meaningfully used by communities. And again, Sport England have no objection to that partial loss of open space in this instance, in that it's considered that it meets their exception criteria. When it comes to heritage of the public realm, the St Mary's site itself, with the pitched design, is considered to be generally neutral in terms of its impact. Again, that site is not in a conservation area. It is close to the listed walls and close to the St Mary's Hall School building, but the overall impact in heritage terms is considered to be neutral. The convent site development is considered to be beneficial in heritage and public realm terms because we're getting the removal of the 20th century extensions, the removal of those caged play areas, the removal of a flat roof garage, and the pebble dash rendered wall, all of which are not considered to contribute positively to the conservation area at all. As part of that, clearly the new landscaping and the new boundary wall around the site would be a visual improvement to the public realm. And as I'll bring you to in a second, the application will also provide some improvements to an existing road on the western side of, an existing wall on the western side of Walpole Road as part of the Section 106 obligations, which is considered to then generally outweigh any harms of the application in heritage terms. So those would be substantially outweighed by the benefits. There would be clearly landscaping improvements at both sites. At St Mary's, there'd be 13 proposed new trees, 6 new elms as previously discussed along Eastern Road, and other trees scattered throughout the site. And on the convent site, 18 new trees would be proposed, although 8 would be lost. There would be a net increase of 10. This is the wall I was just referring to you to. So on the right-hand side, you've got the existing convent site. And this is a wall that's noted within the Brighton College Conservation Area Character Statement as having a negative impact on the conservation area. So as part of the balancing exercise to make sure that we delivered, or the application delivers rather, benefits, public benefits that outweigh any heritage harms, the applicant has agreed to undertake a schedule of works to improve the visual appearance of this wall. Those works would be secured through the Section 106 agreement and would require details to be provided to the council within 18 months and then re-provided on site within a further 18 months. The reason for that time scale is that at this point in time, the actual status physical status of that wall is unknown. It will take some investigation and some looking into what kind of works can be achieved on that site. So those are to be secured through the 106 in order that we do achieve the benefits. When it just comes to the highways, I think it's worth saying that the maximum capacities have been calculated and found to be acceptable. We've got a letter in support from the NHS Trust, and the applicant and the NHS together worked on some modelling to calculate vehicle flows along Bristol Gate, and those were found to be acceptable and have been analysed by the council's highways officers. Again, as part of this application, rather than just to the individual sites, the application would result in a whole school travel plan being provided, which would be renewed annually. We're recommending fees to be secured through the Section 106 agreement to secure 5 years worth of monitoring. And again, with annual reviews and mechanisms to reduce impacts on the local highways network across the entire school operation. So again, hopefully trying to address some of the issues that have been experienced or mentioned in the representations. Travel plan measures may include things like measures to include the use of sustainable transport, that the applicants indicated that certain year groups would be mandated to use the school travel service rather than parental drop-off. A new double-decker bus, we understand, is to come on stream and to be operating from autumn of this year. And an increase in minibus fleet provision has been indicated within the travel plan, which would allow vehicles to enter the sites and drop off pupils within the sites. And then, as earlier mentioned, delivery servicing management plan, car park management plan, and improved facilities would also be secured by the conditions. And there would, in terms of highways impacts, there would be a significant reduction in daily traffic, particularly at the convent site, given that that would be boarding accommodation. The pattern would be different. Clearly, some students would be there for a matter of days, some students would be there for weeks, some students would be there for terms. But in overall terms, as opposed to a daily operation, there would be a significant reduction. And I think it's worth reminding everyone that the NPPF at paragraph 1 and 6 advises that development should only be refused or prevented on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on safety or the cumulative impacts would be severe, and neither are considered to be appropriate in this case. In terms of neighbouring amenity, the overall impacts are considered acceptable to both sites. Officers are recommending a noise management plan with procedures for residents to directly raise concerns with the college as part of the operation at the convent site, conditions for external lighting relating to both sites, as well as conditions to require some obscure glazing to the east side of the new boarding block at the convent site to just restrict views to the eastern properties that exist at the rear of Eastern Road and Bellevue Gardens. When it comes to the overall conclusion and planning balance, physical developments have been assessed by urban designers and are considered to be of an acceptable design. There would be visual improvements to the public realm from the removal of the caged play areas, landscaping and the boundary wall improvements around Walpole Road. A new sports hall and improved playing field surface would be then secured for community use. The application is considered to be compliant with local and national policy and not contrary to the recent appeal decisions that reference the imbalance to the local community from the other Walpole Road development. There's been considered to be no substantial harmful impact to the local highways network sufficient to refuse the application, and indeed there would be that reduction in highways impacts at the convent site. The provision of the whole school travel plan is considered to be an overall benefit of the scheme and would assist in addressing and investigating any existing problems with ongoing monitoring for a 5-year period. And the less than substantial harm to the conservation areas is considered to be outweighed by the heritage benefits and the public benefits, including that remedy to the Walpole Road wall as identified earlier on and as referenced in the College Conservation Area Character Statement. So the application is therefore recommended for an approval subject to the Section 106 obligations and conditions. The Section 106 table itself would relate to contribution from monitoring obligations that relates to the provision of biodiversity net gain. Those sums are to be confirmed. We're in discussions with the county ecologist around what that sum is likely to be. Travel plan monitoring obligations to secure that whole school travel plan monitoring for a 5-year period. Again, the submission of that agreed scope and schedule of works to the wall on Walpole Road. Employment and training strategy and a contribution of just over £6,000 for the employment and skills training. As I say, the application is recommended for an approval. In terms of any material updates for councillors, before you is a list of the approved documents and plans, which is just lengthy and has taken some time to pull together. and the conditions and obligations schedule remains unchanged from the one that was published previously and provided to you, with the addition of one condition, which is condition 41, that relates to a habitat management and monitoring plan relating to the provision of biodiversity net gain. So as I say, otherwise, the application is recommended for approval subject to section 106 and conditions recommended. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew, for galloping through that huge amount of information. Eve Vanvus is the first person to speak. Is Eve with us? Hello. Please have a seat. Now we have 3 ward councillors to speak after you, and I've basically agreed for them all to have 3 minutes, which means that you're entitled to 9 minutes. Okay, that's fine. So basically you just need to press the right-hand button when you're ready and the clock will start straight away. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name's Eve Vanvus and I speak on behalf of Kemp Town residents who don't want this international business buying and building, driving and parking all over us anymore. Fortunately, its latest application is not policy compliant and does not serve the public interest, so you can refuse it. It is contrary to the recent planning decisions of this council and the Planning Inspectorate, specifically Brighton College's dismissed appeal to house 11 more boarders across numbers 8, 10 and 12 Walpole Road. It's also incompatible with policy which prioritises community-led development. A poorly distributed invitation to an exhibition of vague images of these intrusive buildings months after they have already been planned with the council is insult dressed up as consultation. And by the way, the £55 million sports hall on Sutherland Road used the same approach, and after years of construction hell for us, resulted in a huge building missing the promised green roof space and extra parking. Brighton College calls this prestige. We call it bad neighbour. Proposed pupil numbers are not at all clear. We've asked repeatedly for clarification, as has the council's planning officer. But Brighton College is definitely expanding, and it's not hard to see why. More pupils make more money. Boarding fees here start at a staggering £63,000 a year. 150 boarders living on 2 Walpole Road will bring in at least £9.4 million every year to the school. This is not about education. This is about a carefully crafted cycle of profit. Brighton College creates what it calls a need, but is actually demand. It then fulfills that demand, reaps the financial rewards, acquires more property, builds more, and the cycle of demand and profit continues. The council plan emphasises an integrated approach across the council and joined up council services. So how can it possibly encourage a prosperous private school to expand its already exceptional facilities, the college's words, when educational resources, teaching and support are being reduced by school closures and pupil admission numbers across the city? This application claims it would put an end to local housing stock being bought by the college and converted. This same claim was made about 8, 10 and 12 Walpole Road, and the Planning Inspectorate saw right through it. They characterised it as hopelessly speculative when dismissing Brighton College's appeal. We see through it, and so can you. No wonder the college is having trouble digesting its appeal's dismissal. It might stop and consider why so many of us objected. And by the way, the boarding houses on Walpole Road have still not been rectified 6 months after the appeal was dismissed. The planning report refers to the college campus, but this is Kemp Town, not College Town. Walpole Road is in a conservation area, St Mary's Hall on the border of one. Conservation area character statements are a material planning consideration for assessing planning proposals, and Walpole Road's residential character is protected. The planning inspectorate stated in the dismissed appeal, residents live in this area because they like not only how it looks, but how it feels. In particular, that most houses are in family use. These preferences coincide with matters acknowledged to be in the wider public interest for planning purposes. Yet another reason why planning permission was refused at Walpole Road was that it would change the character of the area. If 11 extra borders across 3 houses changes the character of the area, what will more than 150 borders do 2 doors down? Well, it will significantly increase the presence of dormitory accommodation in Kemp Town, where pupils are transient and intermittent with a private insider functional relationship with the college and a high degree of managed mutual interdependence, the inspectorate's words, not mine, and expected for 63 grand a year, I guess. But these proposed boarding houses at 2 Walpole Road are entirely contrary to city plan policies that seek to maintain balanced neighbourhoods and communities that meet the needs of all residents and the cohesiveness of conservation areas. How can a community of 8% of permanent residents and 92% of school boarders be described as a balanced neighbourhood? City policy also states development should not cause material nuisance, unacceptable loss of amenity, or harm the quality of life of existing, adjacent, or nearby residents. This is institutional development at both sites, and it will inevitably cause material nuisance and an unacceptable loss of amenity. It will harm our quality of life. We confidently predict this because we have 20 years' experience of it. The building at St Mary's Hall is described as a lost opportunity by the council's heritage team. The Brighton and Hove Heritage Commission and the heritage lead in this council's cabinet don't think much of it either and have objected. Then there's the loss of the amenity of open green space at the St Mary's Hall site, over 600 square metres. Such open space is protected in cities by national planning policy because of its positive impact on mental and physical well-being. Just having an open green space there, no matter who owns it, is an amenity for everyone. Once it's gone, it's gone. More noise, light and air pollution are inevitable, as is increased traffic and parking problems for everyone on this main road through East Brighton, with a fire station, the Sussex County Hospital, A&E, and just being built, Sussex Cancer Centre, all requiring access. The school travel plan is inadequate and disingenuous. Complaints about illegal and dangerous school parking have been ignored by the college for years. We have zero confidence that Brighton College has the intention or the ability to manage more traffic problems because we live here. Unsurprisingly, this application is proving divisive across Kemp Town. It's raised many objections, mostly from people who live in Kemp Town. The supportive comments are mostly from parents and teachers at the college at the behest of the school's headmaster. This application is all about Brighton College prioritising its expansion over the needs of people who live in Kemp Town. And there has been much talk of its power and influence. But we know that you will make a decision on the basis of the principles of development, material planning considerations, and the public interest. And we respectfully request that you refuse this planning application in full.
Thank you for your presentation. 8 minutes, good effort, thank you. Let me call on Ward Councillor Jill Williams, please. Oh, Tristram, okay, Councillor Burden, thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and hello, committee. Thanks for having me here. So the application before the panel today is about the further expansion of Brighton College, as we've heard, to encroach yet further on the narrow and already crowded streets of Kemp Town. Brighton and Hove City Council is committed to developing community cohesion. developing balanced communities and reducing inequality, as expounded in our council plan. Residents in and around Queen's Park and Kemp Town, as we've heard, contend that this application is not in the public interest and is purely about the expansion of a business with a turnover of approximately £80 million, according to the Charity Commission. While listed as a charity, its goal is expansion, as espoused by the name change to Brighton College International. I wish the college well in its international business endeavours and institutional aims, but firmly contend that the local area is not suitable for 150 additional students. And I'm speaking in opposition to this proposal for three core reasons in line with objections to planning proposals. The first reason is that it is contrary to previous planning decisions and planning appeal decisions by our planning inspectorate. While we've heard from Matthew that that reason has been dismissed, the committee will find that this application includes 150 extra borders to Walpole Road. And as we've already heard from Eve, as she rightly said, in 23, we rejected that application to allow an additional 11 borders of the same school on the grounds that included a detrimental increase in activity and disturbance. So if we rejected 11, how are we accepting 150? And also a change to the character of the area to one dominated by a large residential institution. I say again, if we are rejecting 11, why are we accepting 150? And that it's contrary to policies SA6 of City Plan Part 1 and policies DM20 and DM40 of City Plan Part 2. I think it's worth noting that the applicant's appeal against this decision was again dismissed by the government. The planning inspectorate's decision was that after weighing the public benefits against the public harms, it was against the public interest to allow additional boarding pupils in this part of Walpole Road. And to allow this development would completely contradict this decision, and the same concerns remain. But with a further 150 students, it would be made much worse.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. It must be reiterated time and time again in relation to Brighton College's expansionist aims. Kemp Town contains Brighton College, and I believe we must resist enabling the college to call the whole of Kemp Town its campus, and I'm urging the committee to reject this application.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williams. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I'd like to begin by addressing some of the points that was read out to us there. This is going to improve local school and local education provision. In what way? I am not clear at all. I'd be grateful if somebody would illuminate on that for me. £63,000 a year per pupil. Borders that are going to be coming from all over the place, and I have no issue with them personally. I do quite like children, but they're not from Brighton. It's not going to help Brighton local kids in any way. I can't see how. Especially I am the representative councillor from an area which has real inequality and depravity there, and yet it's cheek by jowl with very privileged, wealthy people enjoying, and I don't mind that either, enjoying a really good education, and that's lovely. But what about all these other kids? I don't know what it's going to do for any locals. I can't see anything happening for them, although it does actually seem to have plans to install a pour door in the new sports hall for the community use. Separate door. Odd. Hey, maybe I need explaining why that is be. And it's not really clear how limited this would be for use by the local community. And, I've lived across from Brighton College, actually, right across the road, for the past 15 years. So I've watched it expand over that 15 years. I have witnessed a whole row of houses right opposite me that were family homes now being used by Brighton College, a whole row of them. And, you know, the noise and the impact is worsening with each expansion. And I can't bear the thought of homes being wasted that should be lived in by families. And I'm concerned that in the midst of our devastating housing crisis, as we know, and we are doing well, hoping to address that, but this isn't helping. And I fail to see how this is going to help the housing crisis or in any way, shape or form. The expansion is detrimental. It's specifically detrimental for our local well-being, as we've heard, for our local community. It's just
You have 30 seconds left, Jill.
It's too big. Okay, so what I will finish on is this. I have seen Brighton College expand right through Euston Road. It's expanded right at the back of Freshfield Road. It's expanded to Bellevue Gardens and Walpole Road. And now it wants to take over more of Walpole Road and it wants to take over St Mary's site and make life hell also for the residents of Bristol Gate. Please don't approve this application. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wilkinson? You have 3 minutes.
Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today as Kemp Town Ward Councillor to voice the concerns of many local residents who are deeply troubled by this application and the transport impacts of the proposed development. This application presents significant planning issues that cannot be overlooked, particularly in terms of transport, access and road safety. Firstly, the development will dramatically increase traffic congestion and emissions, particularly at peak school times. Parents, coaches and service vehicles will be funneled through already narrow residential streets around St Mary's Hall, which are at capacity. The proposal contravenes City Plan Policy CP9 and NPPF, both of which seek to reduce car dependency and promote sustainable travel. Secondly, there are serious risks to emergency access. The proposed Borden House exit is sited directly opposite the entrance to the Brighton Hospital Trauma Centre. At peak times, even minor congestion could delay ambulances or fire vehicles. This is a clear breach of policies TR4, TR7 and NPPF paragraph 111 and has potential life-threatening consequences. I would also raise concern as to how current some of the data looked at by others, such as the local hospital, is. Narrow local streets make access for emergency services even more precarious when blocked by cars and coaches. Thirdly, the development raises concern regarding inadequate parking. The limited provision will not meet demand from staff, students, visitors, pushing more vehicles into already saturated residential zones. The result would be more pressure, more complaints, and less access for existing residents. Fourthly, pedestrian safety will be compromised. Increased footfall from pupils without the necessary upgrades to footways raises concerns under policy CP13, which requires safe infrastructure for walking and cycling. Fifthly, the application puts further strain on public transport, which is already near capacity. I contest that the submitted transport assessment is inadequate. There's no clear travel plan, construction management plan, or delivery and service strategy, all expected under SPD 14. Critically, the committee and the Secretary of State's Planning Inspectorate have already considered these issues in December 2024. The inspector dismissed Brighton College's appeal to expand because it was unsafe on lots of transport issues. In conclusion, committee, in its current form, this application fails on key planning grounds, does not align with the city's transport, health or safety objectives. I therefore respectfully urge this committee to refuse the application or at very least require significantly more robust and enforceable transport mitigation before any approval is granted.
Thank you,
Thank you very much.
Now we move on to Steve Patton, who is the applicant. Good afternoon,
Good
Steve.
afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. You have 9 minutes. Are you the only person who's speaking?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Off you go.
Thank you, committee, for hearing us today. I'm Steve Patton, Director of Projects from Brighton College. I've been at the college for 16 years. I'm the main sponsor for this project. If it's okay, I'd like to start with a summary of the objections. Why now and why here? We've been educating Brighton's children for 180 years. We employ 690 staff, over 640 of whom from BN residents. We have almost 1,200 pupils from BN postcodes. The comments received relate in part to impact. I'm proud of the impact that the college has in our city, not just for our Brighton pupils, but also our refugee pupils, the local shops and businesses the college supports in Camptown, other Brighton schools who use our facilities and minibuses week in, week out, the local elderly population that our children visit and befriend, the local charities that our staff and pupils invest over 70,000 hours every year. We consider ourselves a Brighton institution because we are. We've been here for 180 years. But Brighton College can make better use of the buildings that we teach from. We can make better use of the grounds. We can be better neighbours through this proposal. We have a better impact on our city. This application is partly in response to a challenge that the council put to us on impacting local housing. Our whole purpose for this is to avoid adding more pressure on the local housing, contrary to what was mentioned earlier. Not to have multiple arrangements for drop-off and pick-up, but to consolidate, regulate, manage and monitor to improve how we interact with the community and continue our council-agreed travel plan that we have agreed with them on previous projects. The community around our site is actually our community as well. We're not an island. We're part of the education family. We share facilities and resources as much as we can. Aside from our extensive pupil community outreach work, helping all sorts of local charities, soup kitchens, homeless, old people's homes, we have many external public events. This project has been designed to allow after school, the St Mary's Hall project, after school community use with changing room facilities accessed from the outside. The whole point of them being accessed from the outside is so that the school can also be unattended and community clubs can still use it with facilities and changing rooms. Obviously, the doors are open to the community because also we're going to be allowing use to the sports hall in that same building. I want to make it as clear as possible that we are not apart from our community. We are actually a part of our community, an integral part. The college's results are among the best in the world. We're very proud of this. However, our children are also kind and responsible and are learning how important it is to give back to those who most need it. We are much more proud of our culture than we are of our results. We can help our children to be the best because we are in Brighton. We don't treat our history, our pedigree, or our location lightly, nor do we consider our impact lightly, which is why I'm pleased to be here with the support of Historic England, having gone through extensive consultation, Sport England, again, agreeing to this principle of some loss of space because of the benefits we're bringing elsewhere. The Royal Sussex County Hospital, through extensive consultation for them to agree to the Bristol Gate exit. The planning officers, urban design officers, and also the conservation officer from a heritage point of view and the improvements to the Walpole Road Wall. Brighton and Hove Economic Partnership, Regency Society, and of course, local businesses in Camptown that benefit from population of Brighton College aside from their local residents. obviously the Transport Officer has agreed to the highways submission in full. We feel that we're making huge improvements on the highways. This support is because of the relentless diligence of your officers testing, reviewing, challenging us through the process. The scheme is better because of this, and I want to thank Matthew and his team for their service. We do treat our location with purpose. Our pupils come, on the whole, from Brighton families. Our staff come from Brighton families. The college and its local supply chain adds 43 million to the local economy. There are lots of fears expressed in the objections, but actually the proposals understand and respond to these issues very positively. The proposal before you replaces unsightly buildings within a conservation area with a conservation area-led design using traditional materials and, of course, with English heritage backing it. Historic England, apologies. We amended the scheme after public consultation, as it was, and it was aimed at less impact and a more thoughtful and positive interaction with the conservation area and its community. Similarly, we combined the school having an overall reduction of 25% in traffic. That's with the change from traffic from the existing prep school up to St Mary's Hall, the traffic improvements with the Bristol Gate exit, and also the additional width for the access road to St Mary's Hall. I want you to be in no doubt that we understand the issues some residents are concerned about. We understand the policy issues, and we understand that not everyone likes us or the sector that we represent. We're having to respond, we're having to adapt, and we're trying our best to do this. The Brighton students we educate will benefit, the residents and the neighbours will benefit from the massive reduction in traffic around Walpole Road, and the city as a whole from Brighton College continuing its success. I'm joined today by a team that covers all aspects of education and delivery for the planning application and other issues covered in the report, so that we can answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time, and I hope that I'll be able to answer any questions fully.
Thank you, Steve. If you want to switch your microphone off. And
which one was it? The right?
Yeah, that's right. Lovely, thank you. Oh, and you need to take your seat apparently at the back again. That's okay. Nicola, Head of Planning, you would like to clarify?
Yes, I've just got 3 points to clarify before we go into questions with Matthew or the speakers that you've heard this afternoon. One is to advise you that the policy in relation to community facilities enhancing school facilities does not distinguish between private and public schools. It doesn't say one or the other. It's basically all school facilities should be enhanced. I just want you to keep that in mind as we go forward. The application does not remove any residential floor space. It's currently in school use, and I just wanted you to have that in your mind as we go forward. That so whilst the housing situation and needs of the city is noted, this does not actually reduce or result in the loss of residential floor space. So even if there is a housing issue and need in the city, we cannot make this school, which is school land, become residential. So I just wanted that in your mind as well. And there were a few concerns raised about transport, travel plans, all of which are secured by condition if members were minded to recommend the application for approval. So I just wanted that in your mind as we take the next steps. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Nairn, you want to start?
Thank you, Chair. Matthew mentioned SA6, and Matthew's opinion was that SA6 wasn't an issue in terms of planning balance. Other people who have spoken have mentioned SA6, and they believe it is. Matthew, could you expand on why you think SA6 isn't an issue here? Because it seems to be that's what you said in your presentation.
And I think it's fair to say that SA6, I'm not saying it's not an issue. I mean, it definitely needs to be considered. Ultimately, when it comes to the difference between this and the appeal scheme, this site, both sites are already owned and in operation by Brighton College. So, whereas in the appeal scheme, it related to 3 terraced houses being amalgamated into one unit, this is what you've got here is an existing school site being converted into boarding accommodation. Now, in officers' views, boarding accommodation is a residential use commensurate with that area. The school site is already there. It actually reduced the number of pupils actively on that site. So when you put those things into the balance, our view is that it doesn't contradict that appeal decision at all. Now, SA6 itself has a number of different elements to it, which does seek to create and maintain sustainable neighbourhoods, and it identifies a number of priorities. But when those are broken down, and I can sort of quickly touch on those if you'd like me to. So identify citywide priorities in order to maintain sustainable neighbourhoods are to focus new developments into neighbourhoods, into local shopping centres and parades, to ensure a good balance and mix of uses in an area. So, and that again largely relates to kind of retail provision. Supporting resident stakeholders, equality groups and local businesses in defining neighbourhood forums. Well, would not be relevant here. Improving the quality of public services. Again, this wouldn't be relevant here. Working closely with public transport operators to improve cycle and walking links. Well, ultimately, there would be some sort of cross there, but the school travel plan and the works that are being proposed would actually increase the use of sustainable transport subject to the travel plans. Promoting and supporting environmental sustainability improvements to new and existing buildings. Well, this scheme certainly is compliant with that, particularly over the existing situation. And the new builds are particularly provide some environmental sustainability improvements in terms of their designs. In areas with a shortfall of community facilities, ensuring new ones, e.g. schools, are provided by working with partners to identify appropriate sites. And encourages the shared use of existing and new community facilities, which I think this does. Deliver balanced communities through the requirement for new residential development. Okay, that's not relevant. Supporting and promoting sports, local food growing, tree planting, physical activities to improve the environment and develop community cohesion. This certainly meets that. And encourage existing education and community organisations to provide local communities with a greater range of services and facilities for learning and training. This application clearly does that. And again, this is one of those elements where there's no distinction between private schools and public schools, as is the case in the NPPF, which supports expansion of education facilities. And then in terms of reducing inequalities, some of the aims relate to employment. Some of the aims relate to, in areas identified with significant environmental, community safety and access concerns to support improvements to the public realm. Arguably, this does, if we do consider it that way. And then supporting partners, programs and strategies that aim to reduce health and learning inequality, which again is sort of, may not be relevant here. So I think when you kind of look at those aims and the specifics of SA6, I don't see anything there that this is wholly contrary to. There is the general aim within SA6 to provide sustainable and balanced neighbourhoods, which I think when you look at the existing situation and you compare that to what is being proposed, my officer view is that yes, it would do that. It's not directly in contrast to SA6 and not directly in contradiction to the appeal decision either.
There's a particular part of SA6 that kind of mandates that we create diverse neighbourhoods. Is that a fair description of one of the purposes of SA6? I'm just looking at a general overview of it. It commits us to create sustainable neighbourhoods that are inclusive and accessible, where people from various backgrounds can live comfortably. I think that's a fair summary of one of the purposes of SA6, isn't it? So,
I think you could interpret the broad aims on that basis. Yeah.
Wouldn't inviting 150 people of a certain type, and to be fair, they would be, school children who are there for a particular reason, and they're a very self-selecting group. Wouldn't that knock a bit of a hole in the diversity of the neighbourhood?
I think when you refer to different type, I would just class them as school children. Yeah. I think that's all we can really class them as. And I think when you look at the fact that there'd actually be a net reduction in the numbers on that site. So if you've got sort of 220 odd pupils there on a daily basis, that comes down to 150 boarders. Does that really change the overall situation? And that's the view of officers.
I mean, yeah, they are school children, are school children, but they're a self-selecting group of school children, aren't they? They're not drawn from a diverse background.
Sorry, Councillor Nan, the actual fact that this is a private school is irrelevant, and the fact that you're saying it's a self-selecting people that choose to go to that school is irrelevant to the determination of this application. So we're just, yeah.
My question is, SO6 is there to protect the diversity of a particular area. And the fact that they are school children, the fact that it's a private school, doesn't, I mean, they are a self-selecting group, which will inevitably reduce the diversity of the area.
Sorry, Councillor. The fact that it's a private school is irrelevant, and the fact that pupils will go and they self-select to go to that school, we cannot consider. What we have to consider is increasing the educational facilities, the boarding accommodation, enhancing school education facilities on that site. That's what we need to consider. We can't consider who it is, whether it's private or public. Now, obviously, what Matthew's gone through, and the report extensively goes through why we think this application is acceptable. Obviously, members may have a different view on that, and that's what you can do because you're the decision maker. But ultimately, I need to ask you all to put it out of your mind that this is for a private school because it's irrelevant.
Okay, I'll withdraw the whole self-selecting group of people thing completely. It still remains that it's 150 children, and that's still. I still think that I still think that will knock a hole in the diversity of the area because it's a huge group of people that walk down the diversity.
I mean, I understand that point, but it's still less than what is there on a daily basis. So when you look at how it exists and then how it's proposed, I don't see that there's a material consequence from that. Yet there is a difference in use, but if you're talking about kind of bringing people into an area or the use of an area, to my mind anyway, that it's less people's on site and ultimately no further significant impact, certainly to refuse it.
Thank you, Matthew. I think we need to move on. That wasn't a question, sorry. Unless you've got a specific question.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Let's go on to Councillor Sheard. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I am going to pick up slightly on that because at section 3.173 within SA6, it actually name drops educational attainment as one of the issues that we are looking to resolve within the city. So I was wondering how the development of a school, which as we heard is charging over 60,000 for pupils, is going to improve the attainment gap within the city.
Yeah, I mean, the paragraph is talking about the challenges in Brighton and Hove and what we want to do in terms of equalities. But again, we cannot consider who the applicant is on this, and that the fact that the accommodation is for a private school is irrelevant to the determination.
If I may just also come in that when it comes to, I know that the overall situation in Brighton and Hove has been evolving in regards to the provision of education. We have been closing schools as our demographics change. I think I'd just sort of say that when it comes to those policies and that approach by the council, again, that is very relevant to this because the only sort of the only engagement really the Brighton Hove City Council has in its policy terms in regards to Brighton College is only in terms of safeguarding. So those decisions to change schools or the policies that may exist around that are entirely irrelevant to the Brighton College operation.
Councillor Shanks.
Just wondered when you were considering, Mrs. Officers, I think, the loss of open space, because those two cages, you're not counting those as open space then? Okay, because there's not just the bit on St Mary's field, but also those other two bits. And if the college at some stage, because those are AstroTurf, they're not grass, are they? So if the college at some stage decides to AstroTurf the playing field, because they seem to be concerned about, would that be something they could just do, or they'd have to come back to planning? I've also got a question about pupils, but I'll ask that to the other. Yeah.
Sorry.
Thanks, Councillor. When it comes to the convent site, so there's actually a net increase of 87 metres squared. So yes, those hard surface play areas are considered to be open space. And when that site is redeveloped, when you include the removal of those 20th century extensions, there's actually a net increase of over 80 metres squared of open space at the convent site. When your question around the playing field surface, the applicants provided a playing field improvement strategy that's been assessed by Sport England, and that provides drainage improvements and overall surface improvements to the use of that playing field surface to enable it to basically to increase its longevity and its usability. So there are some, it's referenced in the report, but there are some known issues around flooding and the quality of the use of that surface. So the playing field improvement strategy has to be maintained by conditions. So the short answer is no, they can't just go and astroturf him.
Sorry,
just come back. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it might be more for the school, but then you are losing to, okay, they've got some outdoor space to hang around in, but those are actual play spaces. So that is a loss of, I don't know. I mean, that's maybe a question to the school rather than to you, because you don't care what happens to the space. My other question to the school was that you're talking about, you say that it's an overwhelming or something number. Oh, it's 66% of pupils who come from BN postcodes, but BN is quite a big postcode. So I just wondered what percentage of pupils are actually coming from Brighton and Hove. BN goes from Arundel to Eastbourne and Horsham. They're all BN. So, yeah. Oh, who am I? Matthew?
Steve, would you be happy to come back?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. This is Paul Westbrook from Brighton College as well, who will furnish you with some numbers. But I guess, am I able to say as well that the diversity element I find saddening, because I do think that Brighton College as a whole is bringing diversity to Kemp Town and the city as a whole. But that's just a point.
It's worth noting half our surplus every year is used to support bursaries and scholarships, which puts us, I think, as the second highest bursary contributor of the top 25 schools in the UK. In respect of local pupils, 20% of our pupils come from BN2.
Thank you. And then there was a question about the surface of the playing field. Is that? Oh, sorry, Matthew's going to answer that. Sorry, beg your pardon.
Thank you.
Sorry, the question was more the fact that you're reducing the actual outdoor sports space.
Matthew the planning officer, is going to answer that.
I mean, thank you, Councillor Shanks. I know you came yesterday, so you've probably seen the quality of the bit we're talking about getting rid of. It's not a particularly usable section of the field anyway. It's quite dry. And what remains? Oh, the cages. Yes. So in talking about increasing our space by over 80 metres squared, that takes account of the loss of the cages. So that is fully factored in. So we are treating that as open space and obviously replacing that and then adding a further 80 metres squared to that site of open space. I hope that answers that question.
Thank you. Councillor Theobald.
Thank you. I was just checking about the dropping off and picking up St Mary's Hall site, and it's along that extended side road. Is that a one-way system? I wasn't quite sure where if that goes. If people go up there and round. The other thing was it was mentioned about minibuses. Is that instead of the coaches so they can get round easier? I'm not sure.
Let me just try and share my screen very quickly. So this was a diagram that I showed you in the presentation. So your question first was about the pick up and drop off at St Mary's, is that right? Yeah, so this is what you're looking at here is the proposed situation. So as existing, the pick up and drop off works in terms of coming from Eastern Road into the site, and then they turn right. So then they turn east along this part. I hope you can see my cursor. So the bottom part of that arrow, and then they return out onto another access along Eastern Road as existing. That is going to remain. But in addition to that, then the existing access road will be opened up on the northern parts and then exit only onto Bristol Gate. And part of the advantage of an exit only is that if emergency vehicles are trying to access the hospital, that has no impact on vehicles coming up Bristol Gate, because actually we're only talking about exits.
That sounds sensible to me. And what about the minibuses? Why has they changed that from some of the coaches, or no?
So the minibuses basically have been sort of mentioned to the council as part of the draft travel plan information. So the advantage, yes, with minibuses that it can actually get into the site as opposed to dropping off anywhere else. So that's part of one of a number of measures that are going to be negotiated and secured as part of the travel plan. Those haven't been fully nailed down, though they're going to be secured through the conditions of the travel plan.
Thank you. Should we just bring in Steve or Paul? Thank you.
On the minibus situation, there will be no coaches picking up and dropping off at the St Mary's Hall site. It will be minibuses that will be doing that. We're increasing the minibus numbers to facilitate that. And we've also put on we are putting on a 82-seater double-decker bus picking up pupils from around the BN1 and BN2. That's how we're managing to reduce overall the traffic by such a large percentage.
Thank you. Councillor Cotton.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question for possibly Paul. You mentioned about bursaries and scholarships, which obviously is something that a lot of schools in your city, a lot of private schools do. What is the percentage of those that goes to, the more local community, the BN1, BN2, BN3? Thank you. As a whole, over a couple of years.
Sorry to interrupt, but can I just check with the planning head if that's legally, if that's relevant?
Sorry, that's not relevant that's not a material planning consideration.
It's not, okay, it was just that was one of the things that was being discussed about, about equalities. So I think that's quite important to know about bursaries. Sorry, Alison.
Sorry, no, that's the identity of the applicant as a private school, and therefore whether they give bursaries or not, it's not a material planning consideration here. It goes to what the diversity that was being discussed, but what we've said is that's not a consideration here. It's not a material planning consideration.
Councillor Loughran.
Thanks very much, Chair. So, just to engage in this part of the discussion, I just want to point out that paragraph 12 of the officer report correctly refers to section 149 of the Equality Act applying, and it does so because this is a regulatory provision that the council must comply with. And subparagraph B of that section states that a public authority must, so that's a mandatory provision, in the exercise of its functions, have due regard to the need to advance equality of opportunity between persons who share a relevant protected characteristic and persons who do not share it. So within the context
Could we have a question, please,
of our neighbourhood, within the context of the neighbourhood, we need to look at protected characteristics, that's all children at the school and in the neighbourhood. And we need to look at subparagraph C, fostering good relations between persons who share that relevant protected characteristics and persons who don't share it. So here we go into the issue of social mobility.
Could we have your question, please, Councillor?
And so my question to the school is, what is the educational advantage of increasing the provision of capacity, and how is that mirrored or reflected in the response to the community within the context of the development plan obligation regarding sustainable communities.
Sorry, Councillor, I don't think that this is irrelevant. So I'm going to pass you over to the lawyer.
So no, I'm just going to continue that actually this is a regulatory requirement. It's not for the council to say that the Equality Act does not apply. It does apply.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, we are not saying that the Equalities Act does not apply, but what we're saying is that the identity of the applicant as a private school is not relevant.
With respect, I want it recorded that I do not agree, and that this is because protected characteristics cover all children at the school and within the neighbourhood.
Are there any more questions, or should we move on to debate? Or could I ask? Actually, I'd like to ask some questions.
Chair, can I ask a question? So, with respect to the school and the burden of the public sector equality duty that falls on the council, has the school considered doing the equality impact assessment or a social impact assessment because of the objections that have been raised by residents? Thank you.
I'm just going to refer Nicola in here. Thank you.
In terms of the application, the planning application, which is before committee today, a requirement for equality impact assessment is not necessary, and therefore I don't think we can be asking questions to the applicant as to whether they did one as part of the application, because we don't require one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I would still like the applicant to answer the question, please.
Sorry, I don't think they have to. If it's not relevant, I'm just going to take the lawyer's advice.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, it would be the local planning authority that does that assessment, so it's not a question for the applicant in this instance.
I don't agree. It's for the applicant to provide the evidence to
Thank you, Councillor. I think we've had this discussion already. We have noted your comments.
That I'm just saying that there is a misunderstanding here at this committee today about the application of the Equality Act 2010, which is a regulatory duty to which there must be compliance.
So I would like to ask the applicant a couple of questions, if I may. Thank you for taking us around yesterday with Matthew. This is a heavily residential area, and your expansion has obviously caused issues over the years. And I just wondered if you had thought of looking at any other sites further out of the city, because a lot of the objections that we've heard today are because people object to the expansion in, what is a dense residential area. Thank you.
It's very hard when you're trying to educate children to have the very, very disparate sites. So that really wouldn't work from a timetabling perspective. We're always looking for additional sites to see if there are options. But to be quite honest, when you're running a site and trying to make it efficient, it's very difficult to have that spread around. All I'd say is that the incremental 150 pupils amounts to about 30 children a year group. It's not actually a very large number we're talking about. It seems to have taken on a bit more head of steam than I think it warrants. We aren't talking about many additional children. And the Department for Education, who is the one qualified to determine the capacity of our site, has said that with these extra 150, we'll still be operating at below the capacity that the site is capable of operating at. I would add that even with these incremental pupils, we're still smaller than the vast majority of other schools of a similar nature in the city in terms of pupil numbers, whether that's Cardinal Newman, whether that's Basvic, whether that's, there are a host of others similar size to Varndina that we were at. So, we are not large. And I think this is a problem. Presentation.
Okay, thank you. Could I also ask, because one of the issues again is transport and traffic flow. When we spoke yesterday, you said that there are 690 staff, 640 of whom have a BM postcode. I was curious about the sort of traffic, like where do they park, for example? Because when we had an application quite recently for the hospital, we were talking about staff and park and ride facilities that were set up at the racecourse and the marina. Again, if you could explain to me where people are parking currently and how you expect to have the impact, basically. Thank you.
This will be more thoroughly looked at during the next generation of the transport plan. You're quite right. We're really keen to minimise incoming traffic flows. 40% of our teachers and staff come from BN2. So, that I think sort of suggests that we have quite a lot that walk in. We have a lot that cycling, we have a lot that bus in.
Okay, thank you. Could I just, I'm a little confused because one of the other issues that has been mentioned several times is these 3 buildings that we use for boarding, and you lost the appeal. Can I ask what is the state of play with those 3 buildings? Because, the argument is that, you increased the number of boarders by 11 and and that appeal was lost. But now you want to increase it by 150, and that's recommended for approval. So I just wondered if you could just clarify for me. Thank you.
I think the first thing to say is that the 3 houses already came with boarding consent. So I think that's the first point to make. We've not increased the capacity beyond what we were allowed to increase it beyond. That was never done. So I think just make that very clear. What was done is that we created an adjoining linkage between the 3 buildings to stop children having to come out of front doors, going in other front doors to reach the common area, which we thought would have aggravated local residents and would have enabled children, or meant children would have to go outside during rain in their pyjamas to get to a common area. So we opened up an internal bridge. That was it. And we're sorry because we shouldn't have done it. And I acknowledge that. That was a mistake on our part. But I think, again, the way this has been represented, without caring about what the children experience, has been pretty appalling from some parties in the area.
2 more questions. I'll make them really short. You mentioned that you have made some compromises to meet residents' objections. Could you explain what those compromises are? Are they to the design or to the numbers, or if you could elaborate? Thank you.
Sure. The public consultation was really helpful. We actually got to a point where we had officer approval and Historic England approval and so on. But we engaged with the neighbours and realised that actually the impact of the new boarding house was more significant than we realised when we went into our neighbours' houses and looked from, as you did yesterday, I think. Oh, you weren't able to. So what we actually did is we pushed that building south. We created some planting so that there's a buffer between the building and the actual road, as well as pushed the building down so that they retained their sea view from their houses. So the impact, I think, was significant. And actually, in fairness, there was some pushback from, I think, the urban design officer who really liked the previous scheme. I think it's actually a more modest scheme from the street. So we changed that one significantly. And then at St Mary's Hall, I think from the public consultation, albeit slightly wounding, it was deemed as a bit underwhelming and a bit dull. So we changed the facade, as Matthew alluded to a terracotta batten finish rather than the timber finish, and changed a few other aspects of that building as well, such as the tower.
And this was because of objections. And my last question is the noise management plan, which I know isn't in place necessarily. I mean, are you anticipating an increase in noise? Is this something that 150 boarders are going to cause noise issues? Because obviously that is one of the objections that people have had, and I think having good relations with your residents is obviously crucial. I'm sure it is to you. So it would just be interesting to know what you feel about, how what the noise situation might be.
I think you're absolutely right. It really is crucial to us, and we really do care. So we try very hard to manage the main campus, let alone this proposal. The difference between a prep school that's running from first thing in the morning drop off to in the evening with after school activities, as well as the pickup traffic and, dare I say, mayhem, borders are far less intrusive. The 150 boarders will mainly be in the main campus. That's where they're housed. That's where the activities take place. They're actually satellite boarding houses, so they're connected to the main campus. They'll come back and forth, but the outside space, which is landscaped and gardens, is not play areas. It's not really going to be anything like the prep school in its current form. So from our perspective, noise pollution and noise generally from that site will be massively reduced. And that's aside from obviously the traffic.
Thank you. Councillor Chance.
Just about design, really, which we haven't really talked about. So in our policy about conservation areas, their new designs are supposed to sort of enhance the conservation area. I mean, the problem with anything like that is like it's a matter of judgment. Like a lot of this, at the end of the day, is a matter of judgment. So I just wondered, because to me that they don't seem really like they're gonna. Yeah, that's a beautiful building, the Brighton College building. Whatever you put there is not going to be as lovely as that, but the original building. But I just think they're not, the design of them isn't very sympathetic to that. I know you're getting rid of some other buildings which aren't good, and the cages perhaps. But I just wondered why you came to that conclusion that those designs were, because the actual policy is that you should be looking that they preserve or enhance distinctive character appearance of the area.
Yeah, if we're talking about the Walpole Road site, let me just. Sorry, both sides. Yeah, of course, yeah. But just sort of bringing you to one at a time, I suppose. And Oliver, I might bring you in a second on that. Is that displaying? No. Sorry, do forgive me. Hold on a second. Ultimately, at the Walpole Road site, what you've got, because you've got a number of elements together, so you've got a building that's of appropriate scale and considered to be appropriate design, and I will bring the urban designer in to expand on that. But obviously, in a planning balance situation, you're looking at that, you're looking at the landscaping improvements, you're looking at the walls, you're looking at the removal of the paged areas, and when you put all of that in together, does the result enhance the conservation area? And our view is that it does. So it's, as always with planning, yes, you are looking at a number of different elements in conjunction with one another and how they work and how they interrelate. So if that building was just there on its own with all the 20th century extensions and without those public realm improvements, it may not tip the balance, or at least it may be neutral. But certainly with all of those things together, our view is that it is ultimately going to result in public realm improvements. That's the only conservation area. Remember that the site of the same areas is not a conservation area. But Oliver, as the urban designer who's assessed it, is more qualified in architectural terms to sort of explain how we've reached the conclusion on the St Mary's site. So is that all right, Oliver, if I bring you in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In terms of the St Mary's site, it was considered that the design of the building is relatively simple in form, but it has enough anchors in terms of St Mary's Hall, the roof profile, for instance, that echoes that, it relates to that, and views of, for example, even further afield, views to St Mark's Church, which was originally built as being the chapel to St Mary's Hall. So the buildings do work together. They do in the sense of the simplistic form, but also the careful selection of materials, the change, the baguette material, which is a terracotta form. It's well seated. It's well seated in the sense of use of materials at ground floor, ceramics, lots of climbing plants integrated at the base of the building. You have the main site and views into the site are sort of maintained in many regards. It is relatively simple, but it also works very well with
the existing building, which is the postmodern building with the circular windows. Combined together, they maintain a grouping which can be enhanced by linking in over time with the neighbouring site, which is currently a construction compound, which you can see looking into the future, the potential for the whole area working together with other development. It can all knit together very, very well. And so I have no concerns with the building coming forward on that site. The architects have given me a lot of confidence. They came in with a pre-app at the beginning, which was very, very, very high quality, doing whole life carbon assessments and such like, which we often don't get. They're not mandatory, but it's very well considered, I thought. And in terms of St Mary's, the convent site, that is, with in my view, an excellent design, getting rid of the incoherent 20th century buildings. It just has to be done. There's so many schools across the country that need this sort of treatment. Private, public, doesn't matter. It's the sort of stuff we need, is buildings that can be used and maintained for the long term. All of that wrangling around, ownership is, from the design point of view, we can't get into that sort of detail. But going forward, it's a very strong, coherent layout, which I have confidence in. Earlier on, there was a mention of in my view, the stature of the building should probably have been a bit taller on the north of the site. But once I understood the context a bit more in terms of Bellevue and retaining views across it, that was a concession, and it makes sense and shows willingness that the Brighton College is well considered, and I understand you went into people's houses yesterday, which is great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Winder.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask the applicant if you could explain how, if there are complaints or concerns in the future, how you'll mitigate the increased use of the area and increased amount of traffic and disruption and impact on air quality, for example. And how will you record and ensure community access to facilities, as you've already promised to do? And how will this be maintained? And how will you ensure that the green space and tree planting will be maintained to benefit the local community as well as for the school itself? Thank you.
Thank you. I think from communications, there's a few things you might need to remind me when I've gone through the first point. So we have a public liaison officer. We have a group that meet in the neighbourhood. We are trying really hard. Now, I know that there's some pushback locally. It's not necessarily that we're not listening or trying. We are trying, and we really want to be and continue to be a good neighbour and a good member of the community. So we have these things in place, and we're continuing with them. So from a complaint point of view and a noise point of view, there is direct access through the public liaison officer who has, I think, monthly meetings or every 2 months, something like that. It's not something that I'm responsible for. So what was what were your other planting? Tree planting. So we're obviously obligated by way of the scheme to plant what we've said that we're going to plant. But at the convent site in itself, I think that if you look at it today with its caged hard surfaces, with the planting and the gardens that have been designed properly, as well as the perimeter wall with its hedging, it's much greener, it's far less hard, it's much more beneficial as you look in, as well as for the occupants as well. So I think there's also the buffer between the new building and Bellevue. There's trees that will be planted there. And at St Mary's Hall site, there's going to be elm trees, 6 elm trees that are going to be planted along the road that are suitable for our environment.
Can I just add, I think the question was how are we going to maintain those trees? And in answer to the question, we have a maintenance team of ground staff that maintain the lawns. We have a separate staff that maintain sports pitches. They also maintain the council pitches in the South Downs free. That's one of our contributions to the local area. So we have our own staff to do that.
I think you have one more point. Yeah. What was it? Sorry. Do you want me to answer that, Matthew? I mean, it's something that's actually a condition, isn't it?
Sorry, I'd be very grateful, Councillor Linda. Could you repeat that last question because I actually couldn't hear you?
Sorry, do you want me to repeat the question? That one of the conditions was that the community would have access to some of the facilities in the new buildings and the new sort of green space areas, so that it was an advantage to the community as well as to the school. So I just wanted to know how that was going to happen, and who was going to record it, and who was going to be able to demonstrate that people were able to use those facilities.
Just touching very briefly on 2 points, and I'll have to bring you in the second, Steve. First of all, there's a planning condition which requires that that community agreement is secured through the planning conditions and in consultation with Sport England to be satisfied that that's sufficiently robust, and then it needs to be maintained. The college can talk about how some of those specifics might be done. But also just to bring it back a little bit to the other question around some of the landscaping measures. The planning conditions require those landscaping measures to be implemented, and if anything dies within a 5-year period, they are required to replace and restore those. But I can bring that back to the applicant to just talk about the community use agreement.
Thanks, Matthew. We'll use a previous scheme as an example. So the previous project, the Cairns Theatre building, came with a condition. It's monitored as well, and we have a huge amount of community use in that building. Just this week, we have Queen's Park School that are using, they were there yesterday, they're also there today using the facilities. We've got the theatre productions that are done from outside as well as our own theatre productions. There's a whole host of different community uses that we have just with that building alone. Then we have also swimming. We also have the music school facilities, again, where there is public access. So we already do that with our existing buildings. It is a condition, and that's monitored, and that would continue on with this scheme as part of the Section 106. It also comes with a 5-year travel plan that is monitored that Matthew alluded to. You know, these aren't things that we just accept with the planning and then forget after the event. These are things that we take very seriously and continue with. I think it's also worth just saying that there is a staff travel plan where we discount local transport and also offer free local transport locally, which is a great relief on the local parking.
Thank you. We need to take a 5-minute break, if that's all right. Could I ask councillors that if you don't have to leave, please don't. But if you do have to leave, could you just make sure you don't communicate with anybody outside? 5 minutes, thank you.
travel plan. I was just wondering how you're looking to put in sustainable transport into the travel plan.
Do you mind if my colleague who manages that at the college answers that? Belinda, sorry. I'll just stand by.
Sorry, would you, sorry, Belinda, would you mind repeating the question again?
Switch it.
Yeah, of course. I was just wondering, just because I don't think I've got the travel plan in front of me, just wondering how you're looking to encourage active travel or alternative to car journeys within your travel plan.
So we've made quite a lot of changes over the last 6 months. So to get ahead of any planning permission. So what we've been doing is we've been converting. So broadly speaking, we've been removing the use of coaches and going to minibuses, extra minibuses and drivers. So we're looking at how we manage some of the traffic around the college and other related locations. But in terms of encouraging people to not use their cars and use public transport, for the staff, we've now introduced a scheme whereby they can book onto our minibus route system for free every day. So to hopefully encourage them not to drive up. We have a discount on Brighton and Hove buses of 25% for staff. So there again to encourage them to take different options. We've also just introduced a new car ride sharing scheme for our staff, but also for our parents to see if they can tie up with their pupils. So we are we're really focusing now on reducing the amount of traffic going up Easton Road, parking around Walpole Road and down Sutherland Road. So it's been quite a considered project for us. Oh, and I should add that traditionally we've only been taking year 4 upwards on our home to school. Traditionally, that's what we decided as a policy for many years. We've reduced that now to year 1 upwards. This is to get more pupils in. And we've also created a city zone. So our home to school network has always been to get children that wouldn't be able to get public transport, but we haven't really concentrated in Brighton and Hove. And so what we've developed is a city zone. It will be free for years 1 to 4 on any of the routes. And we've added new stops into a city, and then we've introduced a new route which particularly targets BN1 and BN2 families, and it's a free for 1 to 4 pupils, and we're using double-decker buses.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Sheen?
Just very quickly, just because I don't want to seem a bit stupid asking this, but doesn't the changes you're looking to make on access to Bristol Gate and making it a bit easier to pick up and drop off kind of work to slightly undermine this programme at all?
So I'll hand over to my colleagues on the gate side, but the feedback I've had on the trial that we ran, which was a with Dean route, we're calling it. Essentially, the feedback I've had from parents is it's apps for them. It's I wouldn't say it's life changing. I don't want to overstate it, but it's allowing parents to work full time. It's allowing parents to be able to have a better work-life balance. I think that's more important than saying you can go up and around and outside Bristol Gate, because it actually is making significant changes to working families.
Thank you. Any more questions, or shall we move to debate? Councillor Parrott.
I just wanted to check that all your plans have been you have been including disability groups in and making sure that all of the plans are completely compliant and very disability focused. That there's a disability focus in terms of planning and travel. And all of the new, all of your new designs for housing, for boarding, are they disabled friendly? Can everybody use them? Has all groups been consulted on that?
It's quite obviously quite a passion of mine as well, to make sure that we are as accessible as we possibly can be. And I'm not being flippant when I say that. I started at the college 16 years ago, walking around with 2 legs, and partway through this, I ended up with 1. And there's one building that I did before I lost my leg that actually doesn't have a lift, and I regret that that's the case. The new buildings are completely accessible. There is accessible rooms, there are accessible facilities for wheelchair users in both the boarding houses, as well as the St Mary's Hall site. And the same applies with our travel. We are always trying to make sure that we're accommodating people with issues, whatever they are. I mean, that's the way it is.
Can I just ask then about the hidden disabilities as well, neurodivergence, etc.? You know, all of your buildings are designed with those kind of issues and concerns in mind, particularly given that you're dealing with children who are, are going to grow into adults and need space and time to develop properly.
One of the things we do right at the outset before a child comes to the school is find out if there are any likely agencies or helps that they require when they come to the school, and we put provision in place for them. My own son was severely dyslexic and had a lot of support in his journey through the school, so I've seen it firsthand. We cater very, very well for children with all types of neurodiversity. And we have a special group and a centre that's specifically led by specialists in the area. We also have a 24/7 health centre staffed because we are a boarding facility and any child can get ill. So, I mean, those individuals are also trained in this area to support outside of hours as well.
Sorry, can I just add on that?
Sorry.
I'm terribly sorry. The point being, the people that Paul is referring to, they actually form part of the design process as well. So when we're designing, that's fed into the buildings that we're doing. I'm sorry. Yes.
Councillor Loughran.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of questions. One's on amenity space on the convent site. Matthew, there's a drawing which you might just be able to get up. The block plan for the convent site shows the amenity space around the proposal for the new buildings. And I think you have said that 7 metres squared increase in that open space, but equally we don't have any details at all about the provision to be made for waste management on the site. And 150 boarders is obviously a lot of people on that site, and as you say, there will be staff there as well. So I'm just wondering if we could have more detail about the waste management and how that will impact upon the available space left for boarders. That's number one. And number two, I have a particular concern about the management of the public realm and how it affects the armature of Edward Street and Eastern Road. It's my experience as a walker and cyclist that there is a lot of congestion around the bus stops on the narrow pavements, both north and south of the roadway, when the pupils exit from the school, and that causes a movement conflict with patients coming out of the hospital. And often you get a movement whereby the students rush to get on the bus in front of the patients, many of whom, can be in quite a fragile state. So I just wondered if there had been any consideration of how we can, or how the school can contribute to a better management plan for the main road. Thank you.
I'm going to come in and answer that. So in regards to the waste management, first of all, there is a condition requiring details of where those refuse stores are going to be located on the convent site. There is considered to be sufficient space either within the proposed buildings to sufficiently accommodate that. The delivery and servicing at the convent site will take place on the northern part alongside Bellevue Gardens, where there is an existing, there was the pre-existing school keep clear signs, and that's going to be turned into a loading bay as part of the proposals. again, there's another planning condition requiring that loading bay is implemented before development is occupied. So they have to make sure that that is implemented. In terms of the open space provision, I mean, as we said, there's going to be a net increase of 87 metres squared of open space at the convent site. That is amenity space, but as we sort of discussed, is kind of, it's not a dedicated play area because the proposal is no longer a school, it is a boarding house. So it is simply a place for pupils to relax in. And that's considered to be sufficient for a development of this type and scale. Certainly there's no requirements to provide a particular quantum because what we're looking at is effectively, a choice in order to attend boarding accommodation there. So the quality of the provision will mean that that's acceptable. So the internal standards have been thoroughly assessed against policy requirements within the city plan, and they're all found to be entirely compliant with the NDSS as well. I'm going to refer your further question though on the highways impact over to the applicant if you'd like, but otherwise we've got the travel plan which is being secured as part of the planning conditions along with delivery service management plans and car park management plans which are referring to the safe and secure operation of the St Mary's site. So although those details are to be sort of drilled in a little bit further, the initial details have all been assessed by the council's highways team and have been found to be acceptable.
Sure. From a bus stop perspective, the local bus stops either side of the main campus are the ones that are normally used, and the same up at St Mary's Hall rather than outside the hospital. But if we are causing an issue with, as you can well imagine, with young children rushing forward, if we're aware of that, we definitely would be doing something about that. That's the sort of thing that we're really keen on avoiding is, children causing issues when they're out in the public realm. So particularly if they're getting on buses, be considerate to people around you, not necessarily because they've come out of a hospital, just generally. So that is something that we're generally focused on. So if you are hearing that, then it comes as a surprise to me, but we would definitely address it.
Thank you. Councillor Shanks? Sorry, this may have got answered before, but with the boarding house that you are in breach of planning on, is that remaining as boarding? I mean, because you've already got boarding there. So is that going to stay the same numbers, or have you put the walls back? You haven't put the walls back in yet, I understand.
Hi, sorry. Walpole Road, it's an unfortunate situation and one that I'm embarrassed about. But we are in talks with Matthew from a pre-app or consultation point of view to find the right way forward. So the current planning permission allows us to have a certain number of pupils. We're not exceeding what we currently have planning permission for. The issue with the breach of planning was not necessarily increase in numbers, but also the connection between the properties. And that's something that we are talking to Matthew about how we are going to rectify it. All we want to do is the right thing. We made a mistake. It was a foolish mistake, but we want to find the right way forward with the planning officers so that we rectify the situation. But we're not in breach of numbers at all.
I think it's probably just worth clarifying that we do have an active enforcement investigation that's ongoing. Yes, we've recently received the pre-application request from the college to engage in a more meaningful dialogue as to how an acceptable scheme would look. But it's also worth saying that the appeal scheme hasn't been implemented in full either. So we've got a sort of halfway house in reality on the ground, if that makes sense.
Sorry, it was December, I think, wasn't it? And I mean, it was quite a long time ago. So anyway, we'll see what happens, I suppose.
Shall we move on to debate? Councillor Theobald, would you like to start us off?
Thank you, Chair. Well, congratulations to the officers on such a detailed application and a very good presentation as well. And I see there's nobody's actually objected on the outside bodies. It's reported there would be a reduction in highway impact, especially in Bellevue Gardens and Walpole Road. And I think this 86-seater double-decker bus will certainly help that. Because it says it could save up to 80 vehicles. And officers also stated there would be a reduction of vehicles of 10 to 18 per hour at peak times coming up as well on this excellent travel plan. It's mentioned that some modern building would not fit in, but you've got close by the hospital site, which is a very new modern building. And I think the buildings proposed look very good and better than what is there now, especially the 20th century, buildings. The boarding house would also be mainly on the one site instead of using all, different houses. Apart from the older students would be in the main building. Because if there's more in houses, that would create more parking problems. So it seems a better solution. And if this area sort of went into all housing, there would be a lot more cars there and things if that happened. The application also mentions a new sports hall, improved playing field, landscaping, and St Mary's Hall getting rid of that unsightly caged area. It's a vast improvement to the existing building, as I said already. It was mentioned about in the report, somebody said it's harmful, and the boarding house would be harmful and create a nuisance, antisocial behaviour and excessive noise. This is almost libelous to say this, I think. This would also be for extra employment and very good for local businesses. I think this seems a sensible scheme for this school. We should be very proud of such a prestigious and popular school in our city. I just feel they have succeeded so well. It's a first-class school, it really is. If this is not passed today, I do feel if it goes to appeal, you'll be finding a lot of money costs towards the council. So I personally think it's an excellent scheme, and I'll be voting for this. Thank you.
Councillor Cattell. Thank you, Chair. We can only consider this application on planning grounds, not moral judgments about the cost of fees or how much profit the school makes. And, all the speakers against this, I've only heard one who actually mentioned planning matters. So we have to be very careful. If we're going to refuse this, we have to be careful. We can't refuse it on the grounds that local residents and ward councillors don't like the fact that Brighton College is in their area. We can't refuse it on the grounds that Brighton College will make more money from this project. We can't refuse it because some of the kids don't come from the local area. I mean, we've got Baswick, we've got Varndine, and we've got Cardinal Newman, and kids come from all over. I mean, kids come from Lewis to go to those sixth form colleges. So I think I'm not going to make any moral judgments on this at all. And I haven't quite made up my mind yet, but I'm only going to look at the planning grounds. And looking at the report, there's nothing really that I can see. I mean, concern about traffic and transport, that's possibly the only thing. Design, I know people don't like the design, but then again, we've got we've got Heritage England who don't have a problem with it. Our own heritage officers, our design officer likes it. Design is about taste, obviously. I don't think it matters. I don't have a problem with the design because those houses that people don't like, or that building that people don't like, takes on some of the characteristics of the surrounding area, and also it faces that private road rather than the main sort of public road. And the fact that yes, we will get sort of community benefit from this and using the sports hall. And of course, there's got to be some security. You can't have, you've got to be able to have access that's safe and secure. So I don't take that portal thing at all, because I just think that's taking, it really doesn't actually, it misses the point about why of using that sports hall for the wider community. So I'm struggling to find something that is in this report that doesn't sort of come forward, because as Carol said, if we don't choose the right grounds for refusal, we are going to get hammered at appeal, and I can't see them not going to appeal. And I know that planning councillors don't like being told that, but it's the truth. And we're also judged by the number of appeals that we lose, and we are very close to that point at the moment. So I just hope that everybody concentrates their mind on planning and not about, the fact that they don't like private schools. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else would like to join the debate? Okay. Oh, Councillor Loughran.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a particular concern about the background to this application in terms of the findings of the inspector in relation to the adjacent properties and his observations that he was concerned about the amenity effects on neighbours with respect to noise and disturbance emanating from the convent site, and that there will be a replication of those concerns with this proposal due to the significant increase of pupil numbers occupying that site. And I also have a concern about the actual layout of the site, because of this issue with the block plan, that although there is an alleged increase of space overall, it's what I call leftover space, and it's not good quality space for the use of the pupils. And combined with the waste management facilities, I don't think this is going to be a comfortable area in terms of living conditions. So sort of very much, for different reasons, echoing some of the concerns the inspector made in December. I've also got concern about the design and massing of the convent site. I think that the massing is too block shaped on the southeast corner, and will have a considerable effect on the conservation area, to which we attach significant weight. So I'm not keen on the scheme for those reasons: the effects on the public realm, the effect on the roads in particular, and in respect of the other site, I think, arguably it could be acceptable, but there's an interdependency between the sites. So if one falls, so does the other. So I can't see how they could be separated in planning reasoning terms. Thank you.
Councillor Shanks.
Yes, I agree with quite a lot of what Councillor Loughran just said. I mean, I think the design bit I'm more bothered about is the one by, oh dear, I get confused, the convent site, isn't it? Yes, the Walpole one, and because I don't think that is an enhancement. It's only enhancement because you're getting rid of all the other stuff. So they could have got rid of the other stuff without building that blocky new thing. We did have a look from a resident's house, and it will really impact on the street scene. And I know, I'm not sure how much, but in our planning policy, in our city plan, we are concerned about sustainable new neighbourhoods. We are concerned about community cohesion. We used that as an example for an application we refused a while ago. I don't think we've had the appeal on it. But it is different, but there is an issue about how communities get along with each other and whether people feel included in communities, and it feels like this isn't. I mean, I don't live in that area, so I don't know the daily impact, but you can see the impact when I have, yes, there was somebody, anyway, but trying to pick children up, and okay, they're addressing that, but they're also expanding. I mean, I think if there was
if it was a different business, we'd be concerned. If, I mean, this, all this, if there was somebody, if a private individual was buying up all those properties and then renting them out as HMOs, we'd be concerned. So the fact that there are a lot of residential properties which are going. So I suppose that I don't feel I can support it on those grounds.
Thank you, Councillor.
Could I just come back and also say that I should have also said that I do have concern about the proposal from the Equalities perspective, as I've expressed in the chamber this afternoon, that we don't have the evidence before us to make a decision about whether we have regulatory compliance with our public sector equality duty under the Equality Act.
Chair, if I could just come in there. There is a section in the report that deals with the local authorities' public sector equalities duty. It has been assessed and it's in the report.
Anybody else? No? Councillor Parrott.
At the moment, it feels to me like my biggest concern would be about the ongoing monitoring of some of the conditions that have been placed in the application around traffic and traffic management and the transport. How do we manage that long term? And also around the use of community access to the sports facilities. These things sound very laudable and very plausible in an application, and I think they're great in principle. However, my concern is around the culture change that's required in order to make sure that they continue to happen over a longer period of time. It's an observation. I don't know how you do it. I hear what's being said. It doesn't marry with maybe my understanding of some of the issues that are going on in the local community and with the school in terms of, so for example, we heard that, another school is using the facilities this week. Well, Brighton College is currently closed, for the term. So, there are access issues around longer term access issues for other communities, which, I would have concern about for sports. And as I say, with traffic, it's very, very hard to control parents picking up and dropping off kids in any school, but particularly maybe in this, with this particular school, in this particular area.
Thank you. I'm sorry, one moment.
I was just going to come in on just to have a point of understanding around sort of just a couple of points that you mentioned. So there is a sum of money that's being secured through the Section 106 to monitor the ongoing travel plan requirements. And one of the reasons that I've proposed that some of these elements around community use and other elements are in as planning conditions is because they are more easily enforced. So if we do things through a Section 106, sometimes if you get a breach of that, then effectively it's like a breach of contract, which can be litigious and take a while. So if we do them through planning conditions, it's a much quicker and more accessible way to be able to enforce those measures and maintain compliance for a longer period.
Thank you.
Okay, I will put my 2 pence in. I've been very conflicted. I can't deny it's difficult. It's difficult when you hear, how residents feel, and I really hope that you will, if this is approved, that you will make every effort that you can to engage with residents and to make sure that they're on board, because I feel like, yes, community cohesion, getting on with your neighbours is absolutely crucial. You've suggested that you are prepared to do that. I mean, obviously you've been neighbours with these people for a long time already. The fact is, will there be a greater impact? I don't know. I mean, I am convinced you have convinced me that the sort of traffic flow and so forth will be better managed, and that actually there will be fewer pupils coming and going, because obviously this will be boarders as opposed to day pupils. I think I'm going to rely on you to do what you're saying that you're doing, and I am inclined to approve the application. But I really do hope that you manage to bring everybody on board with you. I mean, I think using, having your facilities being used by the local community is a really important step. And, everything that you can do to make sure that you've got the community on board, I think is really important. That's what matters here. So, but I am inclined to approve. Thank you. Shall we go to the vote? All those in favour? All those in favour? Five again.
All against?
Oh, sorry, all those against. It looks as if I have the casting vote. Yes. And I am going to stick with my vote in favour to approve. Thank you. That's approved. Thank you. I think we all need a little break. Is 10 minutes okay? Planning Officer Chris to give us the presentation. Let me just read out. It's BH 2023-03293, St Catherine's Terrace.
Everyone's just get my mic in place. Okay, so this is a application at 9 to 12 St Catherine's Terrace. It's BH 2023-03293. The application is for the conversion of a former hotel hostel to provide 30 residential units and various other works, including the removal of the non-original roof alterations, extensions, front entrance right way and boundary treatments, and a new pitch roof form with dormers, new front entrance, insertion of new windows, roof lights and doors, and new treatments to boundaries. There's also a new cycle store to the rear and landscaping throughout. In terms of the 30 units, there are 30 single bedroom, 14 two bedroom and 3 3-bedroom units. So here's the existing location plan. Here's the main road along the seafront to the south. Here's the aerial photo. As you see, main A259 to the south. And this is a 3D aerial photo of the site. You can see here the 20th century alterations there of the front dormer, which is an unsympathetic roof dormer, and there's also lift overruns and some various other alterations which will be removed. That's the front elevation from the south and the southeast, also on the main road. And then you've got a view from the side and the rear. This elevation from the rear is going to be the location of the new cycle store, and the footway will be reinstated here at the rear. Here's just some images of how it is at the moment. It's got hoardings around it. At the moment, as you may well know, it's probably the last 18 months or so. So as you get onto the proposed site plan, as you can see here, here's the cycle store here, and the pavement to the front and the rear, and this area here on the main road and at the rear are to be reinstated again, which will give opportunity for some more car parking spaces potentially. Here's an image of elevations of the existing and the proposed south elevation. So if you can see here, the unsympathetic dormers are to be removed, and you've got 5 new dormers here and a pitch roof. The boundary treatments is going to be replaced, as is the front entrance. To the rear, there will be the removal of the existing lift shafts, rear extension here and here, which are 20th century additions. This is the elevation on the west, and this is the extension to be removed. And that's the eastern elevation, which will stay largely similar. In terms of representations, we've had 3 objecting on the grounds it should be a community facility, issues about parking and lack of information on external appearance. We have 6 who support the principle of the residential use, will be an enhancement to the building, and welcome the removal of the unsympathetic additions to the building. And the 8 comments who support the principle but do raise concerns about parking issues, lack of a refuge cycling store, lack of affordable housing, and a lack of construction management plan, and that the development should be car-free. We had a representation from Councillor Joy Robinson in broad support of the scheme, although she did raise some concerns about highways and affordable housing. In terms of the key considerations, in terms of the principle of the development, the site is outside the hotel core area, and as such, the loss of the hotel is considered acceptable. The creation of 30 flats would make a positive contribution to the city's housing target. The proposed housing mix has been improved during the course of the application and now includes a higher number of 2 and 3 bedroom units and is considered acceptable in this regard. In respect to the design and the appearance and heritage impacts, the improvement and refurbishment of a locally listed asset, which includes the removal of a lot of the unsympathetic 20th century additions, is considered a significant heritage benefit that would secure the long-term use of the building and would enhance and preserve the Clifton Vale conservation area. In terms of the standards of accommodation, revisions over the course of the application have removed the proposed units which were located solely in the basement and have created a number of duplex units with only bedrooms and bathrooms on basement level, with the main living areas at the ground floor with good light and outlook. Overall, the units within the scheme offer a high quality standard of accommodation with good light, outlook and circulation space. The proposal still utilises the same floor space as the existing hotel, with just the fairly limited external alterations. The potential for noise and disturbance is likely to be reduced, and overall it is not considered that there will be any adverse impacts to neighbouring amenity. In respect to affordable housing, policy CP20 requires 40% of affordable housing on site, which would equate to 12 affordable units. The applicant has set out a viability argument, sets out that they cannot viably provide any affordable housing within this scheme. The PVS has independently assessed the scheme and has come to the conclusion that only a very limited contribution is able to viably to be provided. This figure is 239,644 and will be secured in the legal agreement. A viability review mechanism will also be sought, which would require the viability of the scheme to be assessed again at a later stage in the development, in order to evaluate whether a greater contribution is able to be provided. The application is considered to be compliant with policy CP20. The scheme will provide cycle parking in a purpose-built store to the rear of the site. The footway will be reinstated to the south on the main road and to the north of the building, which will give the potential to create some additional parking spaces. The site is located in a sustainable location. The highway team have raised no concerns in respect of highway safety impacts, and the proposal is considered acceptable in this regard. Conditions are proposed to ensure sustainability improvements and ecological enhancements to the scheme, and the proposal is acceptable in this regard. Here's just the a list of what will be in the legal agreement. I've already discussed the affordable housing, but there will also be fees for monitoring and a contribution of 9,200 towards the local employment scheme and submission of employment and training strategy. So to sum up, the proposal would ensure the retention and continued use of the locally listed heritage asset and enhance the special interest of the building and the character and appearance of the streetscape and the Cliftonville conservation area. 30 residential units of an acceptable housing mix with a good standard of accommodation will make a positive contribution towards the city's housing target. It is not considered that the proposal would have a detrimental impact on neighbouring amenity. The proposal is considered acceptable in relation to highways, ecologies and sustainability. The proposal is considered to comply with the NPPF and all relevant development plan policies. Approval is therefore recommended subject to the agreed Section 106 heads of terms and conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have any speakers, but we do have Henry Ragstaff, the agent, who is here to answer questions. Is that right? Hi. Take it away, councillors. Any questions? Councillor Shanks will start us off.
Yes, in terms of the, I don't usually talk about parking, but it does seem to me that they're estimating 9 to 10 vehicle movements. They've got 30 residential units in that building. It's going to be quite an expensive building. I would imagine more people than 9 to 10 have cars. But also, I don't know what the situation is with the CPZ, you know, what availability there is for extra parking, but presumably people could apply. But I just thought that was a bit of sounded silly, it's one word. Anyway, sounds underestimate of how many people would actually want to have a car who are going to live there and how they would use it.
Well, I think in highways terms, there hasn't been an objection by the highways team. It is in a CPZ. We have added an informative which sets out that it will be up to the highway department to assess if they want to restrict parking permits. But in planning terms, that isn't a condition that we would put on. It is in a CPZ which is able to manage parking congestion through the people on the waiting list. I appreciate that there can be some localised congestion, but it's not something that we would refuse the application. I see a hand up from Alistair, who's the highways officer, who may want to interject.
Sorry, is that online?
Yes.
Sorry, I can't see you terribly well. Hello, Alistair. Yes, do you want to give us your input? Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Excellent. Yeah. Just to back up what Chris said, we do no longer secure permit-free by condition. So what we do when we would like to flag that a development should be permit-free is to add this informative that Chris mentioned. In this case, we do consider that the parking zone is under stress, and we would be applying permit-free status to this. Because there can be a delay between approval and the build and then the occupation, we do repeat that assessment prior to occupation. If it was today, we would certainly be making this one permit-free because there is no provision of parking.
Thank you. Councillor Earthy.
Thank you. Yes, you said that this development makes a meaningful contribution to our kind of housing targets, but in what way? Because there's nothing in there is affordable. So it looks like it's going to get another 30 luxury flats, which I don't really think makes that much of a contribution, since most of our residents probably can't afford to live there. So we're going to have, people coming in from outside the city. But it doesn't seem to solve anything.
Do you want to pose a question?
I'll repeat what I said. In what way does it make a meaningful contribution to our housing targets?
Well, I think in terms of the housing size of the city, we've got a set target of homes per se, which isn't split between affordable or private, and it will make a positive contribution towards that target of homes that we need to provide. Yeah, in the development plan.
Councillor Sheard?
Yeah, the affordable housing contribution, kind of running with what Councillor Oakley was saying, but that seems a little low for the current value of the site, isn't it? Surely it should be a bit higher than 239.
Yes. So on this site, it would be expected to provide 12 homes, affordable homes, or the equivalent, financial equivalent of that, which is which would be about 2.788 million. So that's what it would be expected to provide if they weren't able to provide homes on site. They have put in a viability appraisal, which has been independently assessed by the DBS. It's gone back and forwards, and the EVS report, which is a live document on the website, sets out the reasoning for why they've come to the conclusion that it can only viably provide that much affordable housing. Yeah, whilst maintaining all the other targets, profit levels, etc.
Councillor Parrott?
You said that the viability assessment would be re-looked at through the build process or at some point during the build process. I'm just checking that can't go down as well as up.
No. When there's a viability review, it's not to help the developer, so it can't be reduced. It's only to reassess the scheme when we have actual sales figures and build costs, and if it is assessed to be more viable, then we may be able to achieve a higher level of contribution, but it can't go down in this specific assessment. Yeah, in the legal agreement.
Could I bring the lawyer in here, please?
Thank you, Chair. If I could give you some reassurance, although the viability of the scheme may decrease, there would be a specific clause in the agreement which specifies that in the event that it does go, the affordable housing contribution shall not be reduced.
Thank you, Councillor Winder.
Could you say a bit more about the standard of accommodation and what's going to actually be in the basement? Because I didn't quite understand how that had come to be. It seemed to be a change in the numbers on which floors. Thank you.
How if I share the PowerPoint again? I've put some proposed basements in which I didn't share my presentation just because they're quite hard to see. But so at the moment it's a sort of hotel hostel, and the basement is used at the moment for. Then there's a kitchen and there's various other storage and there's other rooms. So they are increasing a little bit in the basement, but in general it's an existing building. When you've got an existing heritage building, it's not always easy to slice it up, make a viable scheme. When the application was first submitted, they had some rooms, some actual flats in the basement, which were was solely in the basement. The revisions to the scheme such that that only the they're duplexes. Yeah, so you've got bedrooms downstairs which have a lower requirement for light as opposed to a living room, and yeah, so we've got the applicant to revise the layout. So you've got bedrooms on the ground floor, and then you go upstairs for your kitchen and living rooms on the ground floor, which is it, I guess it's a raised ground floor because the basement is sort of semi underground, semi above ground, especially at the rear. It's more above ground at the rear. So that's basically how the scheme's been designed. But I think when you're converting a historic building, which was previously a hotel, it's always going to be quite difficult to come up with a viable scheme from those. It's going to take a lot of refurbishment and works and a lot of internal alterations to come up with a layout.
Can I bring the the agent in, Henry? Were you planning to answer that question? Or I mean, I don't know. Does anybody feel like they need more information?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So I'm Henry Wagstaff, will be planning agent for the application. So when the application was first submitted, it was for 36 flats, with some of the flats provided at basement level. As part of the assessment of the application by the council case officers, it was considered to make the basement units duplexes. So that resulted in the loss of 6 units, i.e. now we have the 30 units before you today within this application, with bedrooms at ground floor level and the living accommodation, i.e. kitchens and dining rooms and living spaces at ground floor level. There was also a daylight sunlight assessment done, undertaken by a specialist surveyor, and that was based on the topographical survey as well. That was submitted to the council at the start of this year, and has been taken into account. So in terms of the standard of accommodation, I think it's clear within the committee report that it does meet those standards. And just the other point I would like to make as well at this stage is the loss or the removal of 6 flats to 30 flats within the application improves the unit mix as well in terms of providing more 2 and 3 bedroom flats.
Councillor Shanks.
I've got a couple of things on that one. It's probably to the agent. Is that one of the reasons why the affordable housing money is gone? You know, if you've got fewer flats to sell. Did we have a policy on second homes? I thought there was something that we had in planning policy that we could stop people buying. We never managed to get that. I thought there was something we did. And I mean, my experience with the number of affordable homes things is people just come back to committee. It might be in the contract, but what they do is if they don't like it, they come back again and then it can get removed entirely. I mean, I think it is ridiculous. Anyway, that's a debate thing, but yes. Sorry.
In terms of affordable housing, the DBS assessed the amount to be payable. That was an assessment on the 36 flat scheme.
Oh.
So this scheme is likely to be less viable, but the DBS have reassessed it. They've just done a light touch check, and they said, yeah, it's probably going to be less viable than that. But it's not as if it's dropped down from a lot from the 36 scheme to this. It's the 36 flat scheme was the one that was not able to support any more than the 239,000.
Any more questions? Shall we move to debate? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Theobald. Did we ask about this rubbish collection as well as any? Did we do that one? I didn't hear.
to see whether there is going to be any on-site refuge or recycling storage. And there's also this thing about the private sector saying about the open plan and the kitchen. I thought that perhaps had been something from the fire service to do with that. You know, if you didn't go to the fire service to ask their thoughts on that one, because I don't know if there's any disabled parking, isn't there? There's not, is there? No, because you've got a disabled flat. No, yeah.
Just asking those questions in turn. Yeah, a cycle store is proposed. There was no bin store proposed in this scheme, but we have got a condition for recycling and bin store to be included, and there's a condition on there as such. I can probably find a number of the conditions, but yeah, we've got a condition for details of that, so that we'll have a bin store. Notwithstanding the fact that in that area, I think there are a lot of street bins. That's what a lot of people will use around there anyway. In terms of the disabled parking, there are a number of flats on the ground level and at the first level that are able to be wheelchair accessible or adaptable. The ones on the first and second floors, less so. But I think when you're converting like a heritage building like this, it's always going to be a lot more difficult to provide those flats. But there is an existing disabled space adjacent to the site on Medina Villas, and with the stopping up of the pavement at the rear and at the front, there will be some additional space, parking spaces, probably 2 or 3, and a future resident is able to ask the council to install a disabled bay outside. That may be a route that a person could go down. Sorry, I've forgotten your second question. Fire. Oh, yeah. It does the fire. Yeah, the applicant has confirmed that they will have sprinkler systems throughout, and that's satisfied the private sector housing. But it will have to go through building regs in any case, and fire will be assessed in that building reg application.
Thank you. Councillor Loughlin.
Chris, I just want to go back to CP20 on affordable housing, because I don't understand how we've ended up with a promise of £139,000. So in paragraph 4.224 of CP20, there's a cross-reference in a footnote to the Council's Developer Contributions Guidance. Has that been updated since 2015 in terms of the amounts? I mean, presumably it should be referenced, indexed in accordance with housing inflation and housing costs, etc. And they should be reflected in the viability study, but I still don't understand why that amount's so small.
Yeah, the figures in our contribution are updated generally every year and index linked to the built environment inflation. But the 239,000, which is being asked for here, that's just the residual. That's just the residual amount which is left over. So when the applicant's profit and the land value is all put in, that's just that's just the residual amount left over. Yeah, so that is the amount. So obviously, it's a lot short of what a what a full contribution would be, but I think, as I set out previously, the scheme has been assessed as not being able to provide a full contribution or anywhere near a full contribution.
Thank you. Any more questions? Would you like to go to debate? Who would like to? Councillor Earthy, would you like to start us off?
Yeah, I think you're probably all going to know what I'm going to say. I'm not really happy at all because once again we have one of these developments where the affordable housing formula has cranked out a number, and very, very rapidly that number is completely overturned by the DVS, and it turns out not to be viable at all. So we're going to end up with development of nice luxury flats that the vast majority of people say, like, if he doesn't mind me quoting his name, Councillor Sheard, probably can't afford to live in. So what good does it actually kind of do us? I think probably the best thing that'll happen is that it'll be a place where people will downsize to, people like me at my age, but that still doesn't do our younger residents any good. So I probably will be voting for it, and I'm not happy on moral grounds. So it just doesn't do anything for our affordable housing situation. Thank you.
Councillor. Councillor Cattell. Councillor Theobald.
I was actually going to say roughly the same thing, really. I'd like to have seen some affordable housing on this site. It's 30 units. There's a lot of units. It doesn't seem a lot. That would probably only pay for perhaps one unit there. It's a nice looking building, but from the front, but I expect it needs a lot of work inside. I'd like to have seen some car parking. They said there was some at the rear, but they're getting rid of it. That would have been nice to have had something, especially like for the 3-bed flats, which would have been more expensive. It does say that they're high grade of high standard of accommodation, so they are going to cost quite a lot of money. I would have thought that some of them would have actually liked some car parking, but if they're going to abandon that, whether they sell them, I don't know. But I'm sort of in two minds about this one. Thank you.
Councillor Cattell. Thank you, Chair. I think this is it's great that this is happening because that building has been empty for quite a long time. It's derelict, it's locally listed, it's a very attractive building in the street scene, and it will actually bring some life back into that bit of the A259 Kings Road. I hear what people are saying about luxury flats, but they're not that luxury. They're not like some of the big new builds we have. They're not really massively luxury flats. They'll be nice flats, but I can't see them. I wouldn't count them as luxury. And I know this whole thing about the affordable housing. Why aren't they providing it on site? I'm looking at the DVS's report. These aren't done by two people sitting in a room going, "Oh, we can't afford that." Yeah, you're right, mate. It's by people who are, RICS surveyors. And also that money, it doesn't sound like a lot of money. Of course it doesn't. But what we do with that money in our housing department, we put it towards our own schemes that we're building. We also put it towards buying back, council houses. And I think really that is the point that I think some people miss, that this isn't just because it's not enough to say buy a flat or build a flat. It goes towards a fund that will eventually, go towards our. It's not just affordable housing; it's social housing that we're building or that we're buying back. And we have been, as a local authority, we've actually been very good at doing that for quite a few years now, and actually providing more social housing out of that fund. Also, if this had been, say, a scheme where there was affordable housing, there would be probably a registered provider, a housing association coming along and doing a joint development with them. But what will happen there? They will insist on more units being shared ownership, which I think is shared ownership is actually
a terrible thing, because it means people can't sell on their half share. They get sort of knocked back with increasing management fees, especially on new builds. So I mean, I think we ought to be not relying. We should move away from relying on the private sector to provide our social housing, and that is one thing that we are actually doing as an authority, is building more of our own homes. So I will be voting for it because I think it's makes a very positive contribution.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nairn.
I'm sure there's something very clever and witty to be said about the fact that we're turning our former temporary accommodation for homeless people into flats no one can afford. And if you check back in with me next planning committee, I'll probably have thought it up. I'm going to vote for it because what other choice do we have? But I have to address Julie's faith that the numbers are scientifically and rigorously assessed and produced. Yeah, I'm sure they're produced by professionals, but that doesn't make them feel any less arbitrary. And again, I get that amount of money will be put to good causes, but more money could be put to more good cause. So, there's that as well. But yeah, going to vote for it because what else can we do?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shaw. Yeah, I think it's a nice development. I think I was here when they agreed to. There were a lot of local protests about the hostel that we agreed to. We agreed to the planning, and then it sounds like they've given up. I'm not sure why, but anyway. So I would have thought residents would probably be quite happy with this, and I mean it's a lovely building, but. Yeah, I just think not getting even the price of one flat into our. I mean, I'm not expecting them to put in, some affordable housing in there because that's probably, that's not what they want to do. But just the price. I mean, maybe it should be because we've got this 40% rule, haven't we? Or rule. I mean, what is the anyway? But yeah, we're left in this position quite a lot. The only thing we can do is not vote for it, and then probably that doesn't help very much because actually it's a nice thing to see developed. So we do want to see it developed. But I would hope that the government might look at this really in terms of how can we make sure that we get private developers to help pay for people who can't afford to live in their developments. Anyway. Thank you, Councillor. Any more contributions? Councillor Shear.
Oh, sorry. I'm not going to go on for too long because I think everyone else has already said everything I'm about to say, but I really want to stress, I think we as a committee need to look at how the affordable housing is being calculated and look at it for future developments, because if the social value the city is getting has gone from £2.7 million to £239,000. We've gone from housing 10 families in our social housing network to not even being able to afford to house one. And as Councillor Nairn rightly pointed out, this is former temporary accommodation this is being done to, and it is getting to the point of ridiculousness. So we are going to have a sit down and look at what's going on here. What mechanisms are being used and how we can especially with City Plan 2041 coming up, how we can work around this so we can actually get development to work for our city.
Councillor Cassell.
Can I just suggest, Chair, that we actually have another round of training on how viability is done? I mean, I think we need to understand where this is coming from. We need to understand that brownfield sites are really expensive to develop, the cost of materials and land prices. We have to understand where that's coming from. And unless you actually have had some training on it, you can say anything you like, they should be providing everything for affordable housing. But I think, can we please organise that very soon so that all of us in this room can actually understand and be able to speak to it? I mean, I see what Paul's saying about my faith in it, but I've actually worked on these before and I've done so much of these, and I just get a bit annoyed by people saying that a professional is rubbish and,
Councillor Nairn.
Just like to respond because we were directly addressed.
But is this relevant to the?
It's a direct response to something that was said to me. Of course, it's relevant. We understand we don't like it.
Agreed. I will just agree with Councillor Nairn and Councillor Shears and everybody else who's made the same comments, that we'd sit here time and time again and say, how can this possibly be, justifiable? And yet, obviously, it is, because the figures are what we're given. I agree with Councillor Cattell that actually, the money will then be used to build, as I started in my presentation in my chair's comms, developments such as the northwest site next to Moda, which obviously that money goes towards. I will be voting in favour of it because, as we all know, this is what we have to do. So can we go to the vote? All those in favour? Unanimous. It's approved. Thank you. Right, can we move on to item C? Thank you, Henry. BH 2025-00889. The free band. Okay. And then we've got. Okay, Michael, do you want to take away and start the presentation? Thank you, on the free button. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is the application at the Free Butts, which is also known as 1 Phoenix Place. The application is for the change of use of what is a vacant public house, together with some external alterations. And as listed on this slide, the external alterations are the erection of additional storey with a hipped roof above, revised fenestration throughout the building, 8 dormers across the roof slopes, and one of those dormers would lead to a balcony on the southern roof slope. The proposed uses are a commercial unit, which would be planning use class E at the ground floor. There would be a 7-bedroom large HMO at the first floor, and then 3 flats, 2 2-beds and 1 3-bedroom in the newly created second floor and loft space. Here's a map of the site, if it comes up on the screen. So it's just indicated by the arrow, just to give you some bearings. You can see Brighton Station there in the bottom left, and St Peter's on the level more in the middle. And slightly zoomed in, the site, as you can see, it's on the corner. So there's Phoenix Place is the road which runs sort of east-west, and then there's Tampton Terrace to the northeast, and Albion Street to the southeast. And this is an aerial photo. This time is facing approximately southwest. This is a recent site photo of the north and the west elevations. So the building's in a fairly poor state of repair. As you can see, it used to be a public house and a music venue, but that use ceased, I think, in about 2010 because of noise complaints from the residential uses that were built next door. And another photo, this is of the northeast corner. And you can just about make out where the original building ends, and a fairly unsympathetic later 20th century extension has been added. A few more photos. This one is viewed east from the level, and you can just about see the application site in the gap between the 2 buildings in the foreground. And lastly, well, actually second to last, This is the southeast corner of the site from Albion Street. So you can just about see the blank wall there, the grey and beige wall. That's the southeast corner of the unsympathetic latest extension. And a photo, this shows you the relationship with the properties or the rear of the properties on Phoenix Rise, which are some of the closest residential neighbours. There are a few heritage constraints. I'll just briefly go over those. So the sort of light pink shade, that's the Valley Gardens conservation area. And the site, oddly, is partly within and partly outside of that conservation area. The later extension that I mentioned before, that was built after the conservation area was designated and is outside, whereas the original building is inside. And there are also a few Grade 2 listed buildings. There's one at 2 Phoenix Place, just nearby, and then on Richmond Terrace, further away to the northwest. Moving on to the proposed floor plans. So at ground floor, as I say, we've got a commercial unit, which would be Class E, but we are recommending a condition which limits some of the Class E uses, which might be of more disturbance to neighbours. I can talk more about that a bit later. And then at first floor, there is a 7-bedroom HMO with a communal living, kitchen and dining area. And then at first floor, we've got 2 2-bedroom flats. At second floor, we've got 2 2-bedroom flats and 1 3-bedroom flat in the loft space, which would have access to a small balcony, as you can see on that drawing. And this roof plan shows you the dormers. There'll be 2 on each roof slope. And it's worth pointing out here that originally there was a second balcony also on the southern roof slope, but that has been omitted from the scheme to address some potential concerns to do with the impact on neighbours on Albion Street. These are the proposed elevations. There's a dashed red outline of a previous scheme, which I'll talk about a bit more later. What I would say here is that the sign on the west elevation, the relief sign that says Phoenix Inn, following comments from the heritage team, that's actually going to be retained in what it currently says, which is Tamplin's Entire, which is a reference to the previous use of the Tamplin's Brewery around the site and the historic context of the building. And these are the north and south elevations. You can see the relationship with the Grade 2 listed neighbouring building, which is the sort of orange one. So briefly touching on the planning history in the top left, this is a scheme that was refused in 2019. One of the reasons for refusal was relating to heritage and the impact on the listed building and the conservation area. That was then dismissed at appeal, and the inspector upheld that reason for refusal. The top right shows a more recent approved scheme, so a similar sort of design to what's proposed currently, but without an additional story. And then the current application is a bit smaller, but you've seen the drawings already with the additional story that's now proposed. But I think the thing to point out here is that compared to the refused scheme, the eaves line and the ridge line are a bit more sympathetic to the building next door and don't have as much of an impact. This is a proposed CGI visual. So this is taken from the corner of, I forget the name of the roads, near Richmond Terrace on the level, showing you the view of the proposed building in the context of the Grade 2 listed brewery offices. And another visual, this is from the top of Tamplin Terrace looking south. So we've received a few objections. There have been 9 raising the issues that are summarised here. And we've also had an objection from Councillor Rokins as well. There are a few key considerations.
Sorry.
Key considerations are the principle of the development, part of which is also the planning history, the design and appearance and the impact on heritage assets, the impact on neighbouring amenity, the standard accommodation that's being provided, and transport matters. And our conclusions are that the loss of the long-term vacant public house use is acceptable. It's been established under the recently approved scheme, and as part of that, the applicant provided a fairly detailed assessment into the viability of restoring the building into use as a pub, including the costs and the expected revenues. And the conclusion was that it would not be viable. That was reviewed by external consultants for us who agreed with the conclusions, and our policy consultee was happy as well. So we're satisfied that policy DM10, the requirements of DM10 have been met. The commercial unit ground floor also formed a part of the extant permission, and subject to a condition restricting some of the more disturbance generating Class E uses. We are happy with that. The HMO complies with the tests of policy CP21 and DM7, and the proposed 3 new dwellings would make a contribution towards the housing supply of the city, which we need to give increased weight to. The proposal is acceptable in terms of design and the impact on heritage, in our opinion. The removal of the fairly unsympathetic later additions it is a benefit of the scheme. And even though the additional story would increase the scale of the building, in our view, the relationship with the designated heritage assets around the site would remain acceptable. And it's worth pointing out that the heritage team have no objections subject to the conditions we're recommending. No significant impact on neighbouring amenity is expected on the basis of the amended plans that I talked about previously. Standard accommodation is acceptable, and we have no major transport concerns, so we are recommending approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Michael. That was great. Do we have Sarah McCarthy? Hello. Would you like to have a seat? You need to press the bottom right button, and then you have 3 minutes to speak. And I will give you a 30 seconds left warning if you want to start.
So my name's Sarah McCarthy. I'm the chair of the Phoenix Residents Group and also the chair of the Hanover and Elm Grove Community Forum. The Freebird has stood since 1921 and was previously listed an example of Georgian architecture that preceded the reign of Queen Victoria and served the community in various forms throughout the last 2 centuries. Beginning life as a brewery tap house, one of the last surviving structures from the original Phoenix brewery site. They eventually became a music venue played by several notable artists. The proportion of the extension of the roof and the facade will eradicate the last traces of the Georgian exterior, the co-bellied facade and the garbled roof, and the chimney lofts to the commercial interest. It will also have a dramatic impact on local residents due to the extensive renovations taking place in a residential area which is all social housing owned by Hyde Housing Association. In addition to this taking place, then less than 20 feet from the greatest 2 listed building currently being used as a community centre food hub, with the adjoining private owned by Hyde Housing Association. The Freebird has been around for 207 years. In that time, it has served as a cornerstone of the local community, a Georgian tap house where people shared stories, and has changed many times over the centuries. The building has outlasted 59 prime ministers, 9 monarchs, survived 2 world wars and the Blitz, now only to fall victim to so-called progress. The plans show that this is not accessible building, which is outrageous in 2021, and this means no equality when some people being excluded because they were unable to access the building. The committee should not grant permission on this basis. It is discriminating against the protected characteristic as a listed Equality Act 2010. The free but is in a conservation area and needs to be in accordance with local laws regarding conservation areas. It's also close to crops in the teacher, the community centre, which is a grade listed building. The proposal impacts a grade listed building in terms of height, plan removal of existing chimneys, the increase of traffic and the lack of parking already on the Phoenix estate. The historical certificates of community cannot be ignored. The Planning Act removes the history of the building that should be listed. Granting permission today would be premature as we are planning to list the building through Heritage England.
You have 30 seconds left. Oh, you're done. Okay, thank you.
I just want to say just quickly, Hyde Housing Association offered to buy the property off the owners. The owners were in negotiation with them for 2 years and then unceremoniously pulled out and then produced the first application. We didn't have time to get it together to get the objections, but we are now staggered. They have come forward and suggested to make it even higher. The community is flexible. We do not.
Sorry, I think I'm going to have to stop you there. For some reason, the clock seems to have stopped. So.
All right. Okay.
Sorry. But thank you for your contribution. Do we have Councillor Okins? No. Do we have Ian Coomer?
Thank you, Chair.
Good evening, Ian. If you want to, as soon as you start speaking, your clock will start in 3 minutes.
Okay, brilliant. Well, on first being instructed on the free bus, the very first thing I did was to look at some of the acts that performed there. Apparently C6D was one of them back in the day. But I'm not so sure that that kind of music would be that welcome by the residents of the housing nearby, which explains why it's been empty now for 15 years. Things move on. There is a planning permission already in place. I don't have a script prepared because the officer report is so clear and so detailed that I don't really need one. What we have is an agreement to the principle by virtue of the fact that there's already a planning permission. This application varies that planning permission in 2 ways. Goes up, therefore provides an additional 3-bed unit of accommodation. But it also provides level access to the main front door of the building, which is not within the extant planning permission, but it is a feature of the new planning application. So I do know that reference to access was made earlier. Interestingly, number 2 next door, the community hub doesn't have level access to its front door. But we'll move on from that. The pub's been empty for 15 years, and the images that you've seen from the presenting officer of the existing building, mindful that this is in a conservation area next door to listed buildings, it's frankly a bit of a disgrace. And the existing road between number 1 and 2, which at the point of the wider regeneration of the area by Hyde, seems to have been just a forgotten space. It's desperately in need of improvements to the public realm around there. And I would hope that, mindful of the reference to the status of the ward from the local councillor, that one would normally expect some support for regeneration of a building such as this. It's a bit of a blight on the wider area. The other thing that I would point out, I've been a planner long enough to have seen several different versions of the use classes order. They change from time to time. They don't make much sense to anybody. But the E-use classes, the planning officer has quite carefully gone through them to rule out potential E-use classes that might be harmful to amenity. And one of the E-use classes that would be allowed in this planning permission is a medical centre, which is also a community use. I don't think there's anything more that I can say on this other than the grounds for opposition from the local council seems to be on 2 grounds overlooking, which we've seen has been addressed with an amended plan. And the only other issue seems to be impact on community infrastructure. Nearby seems to be a relatively kind of vague reference to that. But I would point out, of course, that this would be an application that would contribute to community infrastructure levy by virtue of the additional floors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, Councillor Shanks?
So the existing approved plans are not as high as the basic change that's going higher, but that was refused in 2020 as being too high, presumably. So, yeah, I'm surprised that we've agreed. If it's not a listed building, but it is a structure that has been that height for a long time, by the sound of it. So, yeah, I'm surprised we've agreed. We think it's okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, so the main difference between this application and the approved scheme is that they're now proposing an additional storey and one extra residential unit. Those are the main differences. In terms of the height and the impact on the listed building, I tried to show it on this slide. Yeah, I'll just get the slide up. But the scheme that was refused before, even though it was the same number of stories that's now proposed, the actual design was quite different, and it had a sort of a higher parapet and a mansard type roof that related, in the view of our heritage team and in the end by the inspector, much less well to the listed building than the scheme that we're currently looking at. If you bear with me, I'll just get them up. There. So in the top left, that's the refused scheme. You can see the height of the parapet is much higher than the listed building next door, and it has more of a mansard type roof form, which wasn't considered to be as appropriate as the current proposal, which is in the bottom there, where the eaves line, it matches the listed building, and it's it's got a hipped roof as opposed to a mansard roof, which is the same as the listed building.
Any more, Councillor?
Thanks very much, Madam. Sorry, there was rebound on sound. Just want to ask about the internal layout between the first and second stories, because you went through them quite quickly, and I wasn't clear about, it looked as though there might be bedrooms above the living accommodation of the HMO, or if that's wrong, that there was that corresponding issue above. So the second question that follows on from that is, I don't know what decisions are made with regard to noise mitigation in terms of layout, whether you do that or whether building regs now is such that there is no noise transmission between the floors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've just checked, and yeah, there is one bedroom above the communal space of the HMO. Building regulations do cover soundproofing between on the ceiling or floor between dwellings. So I think we'd normally say that is enough. And I think particularly where it's two residential uses that are neighbouring each other, we wouldn't think that any additional level of soundproofing over and above that would be needed. Whereas if it was a commercial unit, perhaps it might be different. But between an HMO and a C3 unit, I think we're happy that the building regulations requirements are appropriate. I will say as well, I believe there are higher building regulations requirements for partitions between non-residential and residential as well. So between the ground floor and the first floor, I think as well would be covered by that as well.
Any more questions? Would you like to move to debate? Councillor Sheard.
I'll kick us off then. I think that it's quite an interesting and innovative use of space in the design. There's no point for us clinging to a past that's not coming back when it comes to planning, and there's no point us deciding to not use space, that waste space in such a tightly compact city, struggling to grow. When these kind of offers come up, I think the HMO is a bit suspect, but and I'm sad that we are still relying on HMOs so much for housing in the city, but I cannot be the arbiter on that. And I think it's an extremely innovative design, and I quite like it, so I'm quite happy to vote in favour of it.
Thank you, Councillor Theobald. I hadn't realised it'd been empty for 15 years. It's a long time. I know it's a historic building, but it's not particularly attractive. I find it quite an ugly building. In 2019, they wanted 23 bed spaces overall over the whole thing, and this is 7. And I've just looked on the diagram there, and there will be 4 ensuite bedrooms, which still is pretty good. This also similar height to the listed building next door. So, yeah, I could go. Yes, I will be going with this one. Thank you. Cassell.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think it's a great scheme, and it really is going to bring back some life to that part of the area. I think it's great, the commercial space, because it's the sort of space that would appeal to exactly what we are, exactly the sort of space that we're crying out for, which is space for small companies like tech companies or shared space and so on. So I think it will bring, and it's good that it'll bring that kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Active frontage, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, the HMOs all look quite, they're big bedrooms, and decent sized flats. And I think these will be, probably will be rented, I'm guessing, because it's not the sort of, it's not the sort of place, I don't think they would appeal to buyers, so I'm guessing it's going to be rented. But I certainly think it's an improvement, and we'll definitely be voting for it.
Thank you. Anybody else? I'm inclined to agree. I don't think the building looks lovely, and I think a bit of TLC wouldn't do it any harm. And I think the new design, as has been pointed out, the fact that it's in keeping, height-wise with the listed building next door is a good thing. So I will be voting in favour. Should we go straight to the vote? All those in favour?
It's unanimous.
Thank you. That's approved. It's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's approved. Right, moving on to item D, which is BH 2024-01962, and this is Lyminster Avenue. And we have Charlie Partridge in our midst. Hello.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
If you got your sound.
The application is the application is 63 Lyminster Avenue, BH 2024-01962. So this is for the erection of a part single, part 2-storey rear extension with the extension of the roof above, and also for the creation of a raised terrace to the rear garden. So here's the application site. Here's a location plan showing the application site in relation to surrounding properties. Here's a site plan showing the dimensions of the extension in relation to surrounding properties. Here's an aerial photo of the site. There's a 3D aerial photo of the site and a photograph from the street, and a photo of the rear garden from the deck at the existing decking. And then there's a photo of the rear elevation from the garden, a photo of the north side boundary from the garden, a photo of the north side boundary from the existing decking, and another one there showing towards the rear of the boundary. Here's a photo of the south side boundary from the garden. Here's another photo of the south side boundary from the decking.
And another one there just showing a bit closer up to the adjoining neighbour. So here's the existing ground and first floor plans. And here's the proposed ground and first floor plans showing the extension and the decking. Here's the existing rear elevation and the proposed rear elevation in relation to the adjoining neighbour. The existing side south elevation and the proposed side south elevation, which is from the side of the adjoining neighbour. And here's the existing north side elevation and the proposed north side elevation. So we received one letter objecting to the proposed development and an additional letter from a planning consultant on behalf of the same neighbour. Both letters object to the proposed development for the following reasons: damage to trees / shrubs, inappropriate height of development, overdevelopment, overshadowings, loss of light, poor design, restriction of view, proximity to the boundary, inaccuracies in the drawings, a failure to comply with the 45-degree rule, contrary to policy and guidance, overbearing impact, loss of outlook, restriction of view, and loss of privacy. We've also received an objection from councillors McNair and Meadows, raising some concerns that the proposal would be overbearing, would be close to the boundary, result in loss of light, would result in loss of the hedge, would conflict with SPD 12, and would impact the drainage. The proposal was amended during the application from a full width, full height, 2-storey extension to the scheme that is being shown today. And with the reconsultation, one letter was received objecting to the revised scheme, in addition to another letter from a planning consultant on behalf of the same neighbour. And the councillors also objected once again to the amended design. The only new issue raised during reconsultation was the lack of information regarding drainage management during and after construction, but no new material planning considerations were raised in these letters. So the key considerations were just the design and appearance and the impact on amenity. We considered the amended scheme acceptable in terms of design. The amended scheme would still result in some harm to neighbouring amenity. However, we consider the harm not harmful enough to refuse the application, so we recommend approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we move to the residents? Do we have Christopher Behan, Lynn Bennett, and Charlie Piper? Are you all three speaking, or just okay? Would you like to have a seat? Do have a seat. Yeah, either one. Are you Charlie or Christopher? Lovely. Hello. You have 3 minutes. If you could press the right-hand button on your microphone, and then once you start talking, the clock will start. Thank you.
Good evening. We're genuinely baffled to find ourselves here today, but planning process truly has let us down. We understand how rare it is for this committee to overturn an officer's recommendation, but this is exactly when your role matters most, when harm is downplayed, leaving residents like us exposed. The original proposal was indeed 2 stories built right on the boundary and was rightly rejected, and with 63's help from the planning officer, we're now faced with a recommendation for approval, which is astonishing as it flagrantly disregards key planning policies, including but not limited to the 45-degree rule, which it fails. This process feels biased towards achieving approval rather than actually upholding policy. But let's talk about the oppressive nature of this proposal. The kitchen diner is the heart of your home, our home, any home. And ours relies on its north-facing rear window for its essential daylight outlook, and we'd like to point out there is no outlook from the front. This proposal will obliterate this vital source of light and openness. The report claims it's not unduly large, yet it's large enough to completely block our outlook. We immediately commissioned a 3D scan analysed by architects, which confirms the drawings deliberately conceal they are fundamentally inaccurate. Our conservatory, as you've just seen, the only visual reference for height is drawn far too big, and the proposal sitting on the boundary has no height dimension at all. This ambiguity is designed to allow arbitrary interpretation during construction, kind of saying, build what you like. The officer's report itself is riddled with contradictions and explicitly admits the proposal fails the horizontal 45-degree test, a key policy designed to stop this sort of thing from happening, yet it claims to pass vertically a claim out scan futes, as you'll see from our images. The report even offers conflicting heights for the single-storey element, 3.3 metres from one section, 2.5 metres from another, yet the drawings don't show either. This suggests the design is either unworkable, the drawings are misleading, or the officer has completely misunderstood the proposal altogether. Bolted to this ambiguous extension is an overbearing privacy screen on raised decking, which extends a whopping 7 metres deep along our boundary, at which point it would stand 2.8 metres high on our side. And this is not privacy. This is a deliberate, overwhelming assault on our outlook and light, and to have critical new drawings introduced just days before this committee, giving us virtually no time to respond, has not only compressed our ability to prepare, but has made us feel railroaded by the process, which has been opaque at best. We were denied an updated right to light study, and the applicant has now sold their property, reinforcing the perception that this is a disregard for our quality of life and a calculated effort to push through approval for the sake of a sale. We acknowledge the officer's report.
You have 30 seconds left.
We acknowledge the officer's report amidst harm. We implore this committee to take the harm more seriously and apply Brighton's own policies properly, because they are clearly being breached. Please refuse this application and allow the new owner at 63 to come forward with a better designed, accurately drawn and policy compliant scheme, one that has not been rushed and genuinely respects the amenity of neighbours as Brighton's own policies are set out to protect. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd like to take a seat at the back of it. Thank you. We have Democratic Services reading Councillor McNair, is that right? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. This is a letter from Councillor McNair, Ward Councillor McNair. I know how badly this development will affect Lynn, the neighbour, having visited her. The neighbours have sold the property and won't be around to witness the build or support their neighbour through the process. Planning officers note some harm may be caused, so it is disappointing this proposal has come to committee. This is far more than some harm. This proposal will leave a lasting, oppressive impact on Lynn's home. Her kitchen diner will lose a fundamental sense of openness and a devastating amount of light. As little natural light comes in from the front due to the steep gradient of her garden, this extension will obliterate the vital light and outlook from her rear window, leaving her looking onto a solid, oppressive wall and depriving Lynn of the South Downs views, which is one of the reasons Lynn moved here. Lynn commissioned an independent 3D scan after the officer's report was finalised, which proves the drawings are fundamentally inaccurate. It shows the proposal fails the 45-degree rule on both the horizontal and vertical axes. This is a key requirement for all rear extensions which has not been met. The report gives conflicting heights for the single-storey element. One section says it's aligned with the first floor, which is around 3.3 metres from Lynn's ground floor level. Another states it's approximately 2.5 metres. These are significant differences, and the analysis shows that even the 2.5 height would result in unworkable internal ceiling below normal regulations. The boundary is not clear on the plans, and the drawings are deliberately vague. It is the extension goes right up to the boundary line. The shared drain pipe and down pipe and drain will be severely impacted. What will happen to the drain on the boundary? Lynn's shrubs along the boundary will also be destroyed. It is possible that the eaves of the extension will overhang the boundary line, which would go against the supplementary planning document. The extension at 4 metres depth is also greater than planning guidance, which states it should not be greater than half the depth of the main house. The overall proposal, including the 1.8 metre privacy screen on raised decking, extends 7 metres along Lynn's boundary. This new 2.8 screen won't give Lynn a sense of privacy. It would give her a sense of being walled in. With such a large terrace extending straight out from the house, there will be a serious overlooking into Lynn's garden and the properties below. How can these plans be approved with so many questions left unanswered? Please reject this proposal and give the neighbours an opportunity to present new plans which are more neighbourly. Thank you.
Very speedily read. Well done, thank you. Do we have Tanvo Vanzel on Teams online?
Yeah, should do. They're there.
Hello. Tanvir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, that's great.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Would you like to read would you like to tell us in 3 minutes about your application? Thank you.
Sure. First of all, thank you for letting me speak in support of the application. The current occupants love the home, love the village, and they were struggling for space once their twins were born. They lived there for several years and they feel deeply rooted in the local community, often sharing food vibes with Lynn. And when spoken directly with Lynn, she was very on board with them extending because she knew the limitation of space in the current property as it was. The internal space as it is very limited, and there are no real practical alternatives internally. They've had to look, because of this rejection and appeal after it came as a complete shock to them. That's why they've had to put the house on sale, because they were dwindling about, not having enough space, and it's practically unlivable. We understand the neighbours have, raised real concerns, and we're not dismissing them. We've worked with the council since September last year, amending, changing plans and complying to all the points raised. We've revised our plans repeatedly. We're not seeking to dominate or overlook. We're simply asking for the chance to create a home that could work for them. Planning is always a balance. This proposal offers the applicants, a lifeline to remain in a tight-knit community, which they really feel a part of. And it does so within the bounds of the policies confirmed by the officers. So I respectfully urge you to support the officers' recommendation and approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councillor Theobald.
Well, I'm just going to ask the gentleman about this discrepancy about the measurements. Have they got the measurements wrong? Because they're supposed to be 2.5 and it's 3.3.
Is that a question for the planning officer?
Yeah, so the measurement from finished floor level would be 2.5 meters in height. The discrepancy is because the ground level sloped quite a bit, so it'd be 3.3 from where the grass is from the ground level. But from the internal ground level of the house, the finished floor level, it would be 2.5 meters. There was an inaccuracy in the report in the wording where I stated that the roof of the extension would be at the same height as the internal first floor level, which was an approximation. I probably should have, been a bit more accurate there, but it's not actually the case. The height is 2.5 meters. Thank you.
And also this screen that takes all the light out of the neighbours next door. It wouldn't be very fair to her, would it, if it's taking all the light out, would it?
Sorry, I'll answer that. Just to quickly clarify. I just wanted to point out, just in terms of clarity on what was said previously, the drawings are to a scale, and while the dimensions aren't specifically drawn on them, in most cases, most planning applications we receive, those dimensions aren't shown or annotated on the main drawings because the drawings are to scale. So just to clarify what Charlie said, the scale shows that from finished floor level, the height of the extension is 2.5 meters. Then in terms of light, firstly, we won't, for household applications, we wouldn't normally ask an applicant to commission a sunlight daylight review. In this case, the extension is effectively to the north of the neighbouring building. So in terms of sunlight path, in terms of direct sunlight loss, we don't consider that it would be significant. Exactly, because the sun obviously rises in the east, comes around the south and sets in the west. In terms of daylight, as was discussed by the speaker, there is the 45-degree rule that we can use, which we've undertaken, and they're correct. It fails in terms of the horizontal line. I think Charlie can maybe just show that. just going to come up on screen, so it might just be. So you can see there, because of the proximity of the window, of the neighbouring window to the extension, it would fail, but you would see that it would pretty much fail if it was anything deeper than a metre. So we then also look at the a vertical 45-degree line, which Charlie's about to show, hopefully. So if you have a look at that from the central point of the window, we can see that both the two-storey extension and the single-storey extension don't come within that line. So the general practice is that if it fails on both counts, then there's likely to be an impact in respect of daylight. What we would say is it's a tool to use, but it doesn't necessarily mean we would refuse it if it failed both. It would depend on other instances, like what the permitted development fallback is and a number of other things. So it's not the only consideration, is what I'd say. But it doesn't, in this case, fail on both counts.
Sorry. Could I go to Councillor Shanks, please? I was just a bit confused with what the applicant said, that it was, what they're presumably saying is they thought it was agreed and then there were objections. Was that what he said? He said something about appeals and I don't know. I didn't catch what he was. I mean, obviously, so yeah, this has been put in, and then have they changed it since your? I think what they were saying was they consulted with the neighbours were okay, then this has happened. That, I mean, the neighbours are saying that wasn't the case, so I don't know. I mean, maybe that's the applicant to ask them.
So I mean, what the neighbours did or didn't say, I think, is ultimately irrelevant. We just have to assess the scheme before us. So what was agreed, you know, we wouldn't give that any weight. Obviously, the original scheme before us was a two-storey rear extension, which we felt was had a fundamental impact in terms of outlook on the neighbouring property. That was revised to single storey, so there was no appeal. So maybe the agent or applicant is just referring to the amendments made during the course of the application.
Councillor Loughlin.
Yeah, happy to say something. So just got a concern about the drawings as well, because they look very light in detail. I mean, I was just thinking, could we add an informative in? Just to a kind of way of having a review. I mean, what I'm concerned about is that the drawings don't give the level of accuracy that the objector is concerned about. So I think what the objector is saying is there's too much uncertainty and there'll be nothing to check against if there's a further disagreement. Would it be possible to get improved drawings, just ask the applicant to improve the drawings and the scale of the information, number one, which I can't see why that wouldn't be possible. And number two, could there be a way forward of resolving this if it gets into dispute territory beyond committee?
I suppose what I'm slightly sort of confused about is the drawings are to scale, and they show the extension to be 2.5 metres above the finished floor level. That's what's shown in the drawing. So if it's built higher than 2.5 metres above finished floor level, then that is a measurable outcome that we can go on site. And if it's not in accordance with the plans, then effectively they would have breached the drawings effectively and potentially invalidated the planning permission. So I suppose what I'm just not clear is why they're felt to be specifically inaccurate. That's not entirely clear to me. The objection letter that was submitted by the objector just before committee seemed to assume that the final height would be 3.5 3 metres based, I think, on what the case officer has said in their report about it being at first floor level. Whatever it is, measuring at 2.5 metres above finished floor level. So, I mean, it would be rare that we put informative on, because that would suggest that there was an inaccuracy in the plans. And if there is an inaccuracy in the plans, then I think that should be resolved before any decision is made. I'm just struggling to understand exactly why it's deemed that there's an inaccuracy when it's a scaled drawing.
Thank you.
Sorry, just a comment that so your bar scale on that Divine Property have supplied on 004, it's a horizontal bar scale, and then you've got one vertical measurement of 4682 millimeters, but I can't see what the other height differentials are on the drawing, because it's so basic. I mean, I can understand why the objectors raising this as a concern. Yes.
Sorry, so just to clarify, is this is the issue that the scale bar is in your view inaccurate, or in the objection view inaccurate? Sorry, just so I'm clear. Is this in relation to the land level shown on the existing on the rear elevation where it shows the vertical land levels there? Is that just so I'm clear?
So the one I'm referring to is, I mean, maybe there are different approaches between the different drawings. So the one I'm referring to is 004. So that was the one that is dated 23rd of June 25 and on the portal. Sorry, it's the third one. Can you see what I mean? So above ground level, the only height that you've got is that 4682 millimeter measure.
And I see what you're saying. It's just showing the eaves height of the 2-story extension, but it doesn't show the eaves height of the single-story extension, nor the ridge height of the 2-story. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Again, I just reiterate what Ben said before about how they've shown the height there of the eaves, but they don't have to show all the dimensions of the extension, because we have the scale bar, so it's not a requirement for them to do that.
I was just going to say, I mean, we've checked the scale bar. We've used against our own scaling software, effectively, that we use, and it is correct. So it works horizontally, and it works vertically. I can't think of many household applications that we've had where we haven't relied on the scale that they've put on the drawings. If members think it's essential that the measurements are annotated onto the drawings, then I guess we could do that for clarity. But I would say that in 99% of applications, we rely on the accuracy of the scale bar, which has been verified on this application.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Sheard. Councillor Sheard, thank you.
I feel like this is the most anticipated question in history now. I just want to get clear in my own head. The 45-degree rule that's being referenced a lot here, is that NPPF at all, or do we know whereabouts in the planning regs it sits?
It doesn't sit in the planning regulations specifically. It's an appendices of our our SPD 12, which relates to extensions and alterations. So we put it in there, and I believe it originally comes from the Building Research Establishment, which deal with right to light and those and other issues and sunlight and daylight impacts. So that's where it comes from. As I say, it's a tool that we use. It isn't the ultimate sort of arbiter of what's acceptable, because the other thing, as I sort of referred to before, is that we also need to consider what can be done under permitted development rights as well, which in the case of permitted development, it allows for a 3 metre high, 3 metre deep extension without planning permission. I appreciate this is deeper, so it's not like for like, but I'm just pointing out that could be done without planning permission.
Councillor Theobald.
This destruction of several large, well, it looks like bushes. Do they have to go, those bushes? Because that actually screens them from next door, doesn't it? It's quite big. Is it on the applicant's side? I can't get that. It does make a difference if that is down, doesn't it?
Yeah, so the majority of the hedge will be retained as part of the proposal. The privacy screen is pulled in 1 metre from that boundary to ensure that that hedge is retained. So the hedge effectively could act as a privacy screen. That's why we got that added in case the hedge is removed in future. But I think from the drawings that some of the hedge would be removed to make space for the extension, but the rest of the hedge would be retained. So.
I mean, really, I just feel that as these applicants are not there and they've sold and they're not there, that the new applicant should really apply themselves. Perhaps that would, and then perhaps with more accurate figures and better diagrams, so we know exactly what this is.
So I'm not sure if that was a question, but I think we just have to deal with the application before us. Regardless of who the applicant is. I mean, I think if it would ease kind of members' concerns, we could basically ask for a plan annotating the various dimensions so that there is no, as suggested by Councillor Lochran, so that there is no kind of discrepancy or any debate when it comes to the point of building the extension. And what I would suggest is that if there's any discrepancy between the scale, what we've measured in terms of the scale and the annotated drawings, that we would, I guess, bring it back to members because there would be some, as I say, to address some discrepancies, that might be a way forward. Because, as I say, we're making our recommendation on the basis that it's 2.5 metres above finished floor level.
Thank you. Councillor Nan, sorry, I whizzed straight past you.
No, Chair, thank you. I think my question's already been answered. The sale of the house isn't a planning consideration, is it? Cool, thank you.
Any more questions? Councillor Shanks.
So apart from the councillors' photos, have planning officers actually visited here? I mean, I suppose the other option would be to defer it and then get, anyway.
Yes, I visited the site.
Will we defer this application?
Can I pass you over to Alison, the lawyer, to just fill us in on this?
Councillor, for what reason would you be deferring? It would be unusual to defer unless you do not have sufficient information before you to make a decision. So what extra information would you be looking for?
We've been given these diagrams and we've been told that it's not accurate, and it's the people that the applicant is not even there to talk about this. But I just think it just doesn't make sense, a lot of this. I just feel it's not an accurate application.
Can I pass you over to the lawyer, Councillor Theobald?
through you, Chair, the applicant does not have to be here for the hearing of the application. That's not something you need in order to make a decision. And the planning officers have indicated that there's a scale on the plans which has been validated, and it shows the horizontal, and it applies to the horizontal and the vertical. So the planning officers are confident that the plans are accurate.
Thank you. Any more questions, or shall we move to debate?
I mean, the other reason for deferral might be that if we wanted to visit, well, we already passed that opportunity for a visit.
Sorry, that's one of my first questions many moons ago, it feels. Councillor Theobald, did you want to start the debate?
I'll say I'm just not really happy with this. I do think there would be a problem when some of that hedge comes down, and I do think that this decking is all the way, it's large, and it will be overlooking next door. And then I do feel sorry for anybody that's got any overshadowing their kitchen and their dining area. So I can see, I do have sympathy with that, even though we're not talking about light, but it's just that there's something there blocking the area. So I just, not happy with the application, so I won't be voting for it.
Thank you. Anybody else in the debate? Shall we move to vote? All those in favour? Oh, sorry, 4. And all those against? And all those against? 6 against. So we need to find reasons for the refusal. Sorry? Oh, I need a proposer for the reasons. Who would like to propose?
There's a sheet that you follow.
So I need a proposer as to why this has been refused. Could I have a proposer, please? And could you give me your reasons?
I think it's overbearing and overshadowing the property, the adjoining property next door. It's an overdevelopment of that. It would adversely affect the neighbour next door. There seems to be
apparently we haven't discussed overdevelopment, so we can't use that as a reason for refusing.
Well, you can't have overdevelopment on it.
Because we haven't discussed it this afternoon.
Oh, didn't we? Oh, I just think it's overlooking is one of the things there, and a discrepancy with the plans. The plans weren't very good up there.
Yes, I'm going to have to ask you, the lawyer, to explain that. It's not a justifiable reason. Could you? You switch your microphone.
Oh, I'm
please.
sorry.
So, Councillor Theobald, on the basis of what we've discussed in terms of inaccurate plans, I would be reluctant to have that put forward as a reason for refusal.
There's also the height, depth, and the sighting relative to the boundary of number 53 there. That's the problem. And the raised decking.
I don't think that's something that we can use as a reason for refusal.
Well,
can you switch your microphone off, please, Councillor?
Through you, Chair, the reasons for refusal should come from the matters that were discussed in relation to the application.
I think we're going to need a 10-minute break to discuss this, because we obviously don't have we need to find a reason for refusal.
We should.
So we will have a 10-minute break to discuss that.
Sorry, Chair, I thought, and Alison, I thought that we weren't doing that anymore.
Yeah, I thought we were discussing.
Be an open discussion.
Yes, that is correct. Our usual procedure is to have an open discussion as to what the reasons for refusal are. However, I wonder whether members would like some advice off camera as to the reasons being put forward. No.
I think we'll take a 10-minute recess so that we can have some legal advice off camera, so that we can form an opinion about why somebody needs to propose to us the reason for refusal, and we don't have one yet.
Say overlooking it, and there's an overbearing impact on
But
the
unfortunately, we haven't discussed that. Sorry. Okay. What? Yeah, stay.
Through you, Chair, Councillor Theobald has suggested that the development is overbearing and overshadowing, and that was discussed.
And the objectives that come in.
Councillor Theobald, can you just bear with me 1 second? We're just going to bring in Ben.
I was just going to say, I think the material considerations that were mentioned was overbearing. It was overbearing. There was overshadowing, and then you said light, which are effectively two things that are connected. So, but I think, regardless of, in respect to loss of the hedge, I mean, I think it's not subject to a tree preservation order or anything like that. And in theory, that hedge should be cut down tomorrow with no control by the local planning authority. So I think
it's not a material.
I would say that wasn't a material planning consideration.
But do we have enough?
I mean, the enjoyment of the loss of amenity that we think these people will have if this goes ahead in terms of their kitchen and stuff. So, yeah. And the So loss of amenity, that might include the shrubs, but anyway, and then due to overbearing nature of the extension. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a proposal for refusal because of loss of amenity due to the overbearing and overshadowing nature, which might include loss of light. Do we have a seconder? Okay. Yeah, we'll write it down. Okay. So shall we move to the vote?
It's going to have to be a recorded vote.
A recorded vote.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. So what we're proposing is that it's going to be a refusal, and I'm going to ask you to vote on that for overbearing, overshadowing, loss of light, loss of amenity, proposed by Councillor Theobald and seconded by Councillor Shanks. Correct? So I'm going to start with Councillor Cattell. Can you tell me how you want to vote, please? Could you do it with the...
Sorry, it's been a long day. I will be voting against the revised recommendation.
So you're against the refusal?
Yes, the refusal.
Yep. Thank you for clarifying. Councillor Earthy, how do you vote?
Voting for the refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Nairn, how do you vote? For. Thank you. Councillor Howard, how do you vote?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Shanks, how do you vote?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Sheard, how do you vote?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Theobald, how do you vote?
Sorry, for what? Did you hear me? Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Winder, how do you vote?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Loughran, how do you vote?
For.
Thank you. Lastly, Councillor Thompson, how do you vote?
Against.
So to confirm, Chair, we have 6 for the refusal and 4 against the reasons for refusal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. The meeting's closed.
That was pretty shambolic. Pretty damn shambolic.